Okay, got it. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting of October the 15th, 2024. My name is Councillor Lamb. I'll be chairing the meeting this morning. I'd like to introduce staff who are here and council. To my left is Councillor Janice Bray. She's in the room here. Online from council is Mayor Comrie and Councillor Woods. Councillor Nash is not online yet, but I expect him any minute. So he should be here. In the room, we have at the back our planning assistant, Paula Macri, and clerking the meeting today is our deputy clerk. Is that your official title?
It is.
Oh, there, I got it right. Okay, deputy clerk, Wendy Schrouder. So those are the people involved. We've got a very busy agenda today, so we'll try to move it along here. If you're not speaking and you're online, please turn your mics off until you do speak. And if you're in the room and want to speak, you have to use the mic over here. So no yelling from the crowd, I guess. So anyway, okay. That having been said, I'll now call the meeting to order. And we'll start with our national anthem, and please rise if you're able to. Thank you. Our home and native land, through patriot love, in all of us commend. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. Okay, next, councilors, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest?
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Yep. Councillor Woods. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Lamb. I have to declare for item 15.4.3 in the closed session agenda.
Thank you. It'll be so noted. Thank you. Any other pecuniary interest? Okay, hearing none, we'll proceed. The first order is, if you give me that, is the approval of the agenda, and I'll read the motion and ask for a mover and seconder. Approval of the agenda. Whereas the members of council have been presented with an agenda for the October 15th, 2024 regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented. Mover? Councillor Bray, seconder?
I'll second. Councillor Woods.
Okay, you've got that, right? Okay, any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Who is this?
It's Mayor Comrie.
Oh, okay, sorry, Mayor. Yes,
Mr. Chair, I would like to move an amendment to defer item 11.4, which has to do with the Alds Road Bridge, to a future meeting, at which time we would have a report from staff and our municipal engineer about this matter. I'm suggesting that we do that because I don't believe there was anything in the material provided that can be discussed usefully. And I'm concerned that there's no report from staff, there's no report from our municipal engineer, and I'm concerned that the discussion will be unproductive and possibly abusive of staff, and so I would like to see that removed. I would also point out to you that the design of bridges in Canada is the exclusive responsibility of licensed professional engineers. You know, we can't really get into any meaningful discussion about you know, about options for dealing with this. Unless one is a licensed professional engineer, that constitutes a violation of the Professional Engineers Act in Ontario. So for those reasons, I believe we should not be discussing this today, and I'd like to move that the amendment that it be deferred to a future meeting when reports are available.
okay. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Mr. Mayor, or Councillor, Deputy Mayor Lamb, I will second that for us to have a discussion.
Okay, thank you. Discussion. There you go. You want the discussion, you can start.
Well, I do agree with Mayor Comrie that without the staff report, it is more difficult for us to really have a good discussion on what is in this information. And I do believe that a little bit more information is needed. And unfortunately, with being the long weekend and everything, it was very hard to be able to talk to staff or to be able to get more information. So I would be in favor of putting it off to another meeting so that so that we can have that discussion, so that me as a counselor can actually go and find out a little bit more information on this. So those would be my reasons. I don't have, I mean, I don't have anything to add to this to be able to discuss it today. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Woods, you have anything to say on it or no?
I do, Deputy Mayor Lamb, if I could.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm reading through the list of motions here, and all we were doing is accepting this for information purposes. We're not voting on anything. I mean, I'm sure we'll have to bring it back and talk about it, but I don't understand why we would want to push it off of this agenda. I know when Councillor Nash had brought it up, he specifically asked for it to be brought up because it was information that council wasn't provided when asked for it. And he had to do a freedom of information request to get the information, from what I understand.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash is not on the line, I take it, yeah? No?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. My view on it is that this has been going on for a couple of months. What happened was on the Alds Road Bridge, I think in the budget last year, it was something like $200 and some odd thousand. Councillor Nash found out through his freedom of information request that cost had ballooned to, he said 600,000. I think it was, the only figure I could find in there was 400,000. But having said that, we've discussed this to be on the agenda for the last 2 months and to just take it off. I think is inappropriate. So I'll be voting against it. I think that, you know, as Councillor Wood says, it's only in there for information. We don't have to make any decisions on it. Capital expenditures like this, we kind of get hit. If you look at the fire truck this year, we had like 400,000 or 500,000 in the budget, and it ended up costing us nearly $800,000. If council had known that 3 years ago that the cost was ballooning, we probably would have put more money away. So this is another item that if it's ballooning, it's best that council find out now, even though we can't make the decision as to whether we're going to go ahead with this project until we discuss the budget in January. So having said that, I will not be voting in favor of the amendment. So unless there's anything else, I'll call the vote. And maybe we should have a recorded vote or no?
I'll ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's Councillor Woods.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. So the amendment is to defer matter 11.4, the Alls Road Bridge capital project, to a future meeting. Okay, call the vote, please.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Lamb.
No. Being tied, that motion is defeated. It remains on the agenda. Thank you. Did I get a mover and seconder for the agenda before this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion on the agenda itself? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate so either online or by a show of hands.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
That's passed. Thank you. We have two presentations and delegations today. I'll remind both delegations you have 10 minutes to present your information, and then council gets the opportunity to ask you questions. So having said that, I'd like to introduce Don Carmichael, who's the Finance Committee Chairperson for Belvedere Board of Management for Belvedere Heights. And I thought I also saw Pam Wing on here, who's, I think, the chairperson of the board. So having said that, Don, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pam. Do you want us to screen share?
Sure.
So the host will have to enable screen sharing, please.
Yeah, she's on it here. This is Wendy's second time clerking, so we'll
Yeah, we're
Might
making
be
her life
better.
miserable already. Eh?
Sorry, Don, what is it that you want to screen share? Is it the presentation that you sent in?
Yes, I can do it myself, or you can.
I think in the interest of time, I will run it.
Okay.
Bear with me a moment.
there you go.
Great. So anyway, Pam, you want to start the discussion, please?
Pam, are you there or muted?
Is she not there?
She was here. I don't,
Okay, so I guess I can start.
Yep.
So anyway, so this first screen actually is a rendering of the new build, and for those of you who know the building, you can see this is much closer to the sidewalks, about 40-foot extension from the existing building is what is being proposed and requires, of course, a variance from the town of Parry Sound. Next slide, please. So this is a view from across the street, and the person in the middle is sort of where the current entrance is now. And then on the far right-hand side is the Life Lease entrance. So that sort of gives you a sense, and you can see it's built into the same style and colors as the original building. Next slide. So the floors above, this is Life Lease above. And so this will be the new administrative entrance. So there'll be 3 entrances actually to the home, because the administration will actually be moving down to this level. And so essentially what is currently on the first floor of what you would consider the main entrance of Belvedere today will be in the lower level, the split level, basement level, in the future. And then the current upstairs will be renovated to become the new home area. So that's how it's sort of gonna work. Next slide, please. And this just gives you a sample of the colors of the scheme that they're talking about, and the stonework, and then some of the pictures that they used in terms of the planning, how the interior might look. Next slide, please. So this is one of the original drawings that some of you have already seen, and shows you the setback with the solid red lines, the setback, and then the rooms 2 and 7. Those are that's the existing outside perimeter of the building, right there. Yeah. So essentially we have 12 rooms that are partially or totally built a new space to the west and the north. So rooms from 2 to 13, and then rooms from 1 to, and then below are renovations of the existing space, which is the existing administration, chapel, activity areas, boardroom, etc., are being renovated to accommodate those additional rooms. Okay, next slide. Oh yes, and the dining room is down below. So right, in terms of the end of and you can see where the Life Lease building is entrance. So that's where the the dining area is and some of the service areas for the residents. The next slide is just a higher level view, sort of snapshot. So the green areas are the private rooms. The blue areas are the shared space, whether it's the fireside lounge at top, the activity rooms, and then shower tub rooms, and then the dining room. And the pink areas are the staff support, so the servery, the nursing station, charting areas, that kind of stuff. So that's sort of the layout. And the left-hand side again is Life Lease. Next slide, please. Okay. So essentially, where we're at today, unfortunately, we do not yet have a Class A estimate. But this is still a Class B estimate, but this is fairly consistent with the pricing that we've had for the last, 3-4 months. So we're looking at approximately a total of a $13 million build, with the hard costs, which is its construction cost. Now, in the construction cost is also the management fee, because it's a construction management, so that's sort of a soft cost built into the hard cost of 10.7 million. The traditional soft cost being architecture, engineering, permits, etc., is $1 million. The FF&E, furniture, fixture, and equipments, that's fairly generous at the 915,000. So we have some contingency built into the total the total cost. And then on the bottom right-hand side, you can see the square foot being new construction and the renovation on the ground floor, and the renovation on the main floor, so on the lower floor, the basement level. So anyway, so that's sort of a high level cost of which includes the interest expense, et cetera, and the hard and soft costs and contingencies built into there. Next slide, please. So in terms of the money we're going to get, it's two components. The ministry provides a $250,000 planning grant, which is a fixed sum of money. The development grant, just under 400,000, is about $19,000 per bed. Again, that's sort of a formula that the ministry uses. The reason we've been in such a hurry is so we can get access to the $35 per diem top up, which I'll discuss in a minute. For those of us who are not-for-profit homes, we are allowed to convert up to $15 of that to upfront money. So that would be equivalent of 1.78 million. Doing a present value discount at about 4.3% is what the ministry does. So doing that would allow us to get about 2.4 million in cash from the ministry up front. And you've all received a letter from Pam regarding the return of the funds that we sent back 3 years ago now, 700,000. So we have a total cash available to put down upfront of just over $3 million. So that's the cash component. The ongoing component over the next 25 years, which is called the construction funding subsidy, is about 21.50 cents for a home our size, a rural home greater than 96 beds. And then the remainder of the $35, $20 minus the 15, is applied as a top up to that, which is a little over $41.50 every day, every bed for the next 25 years for the 22 beds, which is $333,000 per year over the next 25 years. In addition to that, additional revenue that is sort of built into our pro forma is the 22 rooms can generate up to $185,000 in private revenue. So that would be new revenue that would come in as assuming we can rent all of those private rooms. Some of them, of course, are used for clinical purposes that but the ministry usually reimburses us for that if we use it for like I say, for clinical purposes of someone who can't afford, but it is in there. So we've been fairly successful at getting money from the ministry for that. Next slide, please. Okay, so this sort of packages the previous two slides, right? In terms of the total cost, the total grants, the funds that we just talked about. So at the end of the day, then if we take the $13 million project minus $3 million worth of cash up front, we have just over $10 million to be financed over 25 years. We are working with Infrastructure Ontario to provide this funding, and the rate is 4.35% at the moment, and that would then be $674,000. That would cost us every year. It's offset, of course, by that the construction funding subsidy that I just mentioned, the $333,000, and the residual amount of the $341,000 is accommodated by the annual economy of scale. So as we add the 22 beds, we don't have to add administration. We don't have to add a lot in terms of program support. So they're essentially surplus, because we get average funding, of course, for every bed. There's surplus income from adding the 22 beds. So it will give us a slight surplus of the bottom line. So we will not have any impact on the operating costs, the annual municipal levy that is responsible for the annual operating costs. Okay, next slide, please. So Infrastructure Ontario makes it very easy for you to borrow money, very difficult for us to borrow money in terms of the steps that we have to go through, quite a few hoops, including environmental assessment, which is very difficult to get done in under a year. So it'd be really tough for us to be able to get this done in a month. Might be able to get it done in 3 or 4 months, but certainly not in a month. And so fortunately, Carling stepped up to pass the requisite bylaws, thanks to help from Councillor Pam Wing and Mayor Susan. So they've passed 2 bylaws last week. In terms of, one was to support the construction funding loan for the next 2 years. And then after that is done, we would then convert that to the 25-year debenture. And they also passed the second bylaw to support conversion to the 25-year. Hopefully it'll be their share, but at the moment they've supported it. So we have 2 years, as I just mentioned, by the time it's totally done. So we will be asking all remaining 7 municipalities to help support that. And as I do mention Ontario Regulation 403, that says you can exclude this kind of borrowing from your calculation if in fact you wanted to borrow money for some other major redevelopment project in Whitestone. And the bottom right-hand corner just shows a little bit about the comparison between if the interest rate differences, the debt service ratio, which is also a challenge that we would actually have to find another $1 million in cash to meet the debt service ratio requirements for IO. Even the bank would require more stipulations than the borrowing that you potentially have directly with IO. So that is somewhat the only option that's available to us today, given we still don't have a Class A estimate, which we will get fairly soon. But banks can't use Class B estimates to arrange financing. Anyway, next slide, please. Okay, so this, I think you've all received the letter from Pam asking for the money. So, and we've sort of talked about this in previous meetings with the CEOs, and I think a previous presentation with you. And so in your particular case, it's 42,850 would be the amount that we're asking to be returned. And you can see the variation from McMurray-Pontis up to, based on your percentage share, which is based on the relative impact values. Right? Next slide, please. Okay, so this is why we were in such a hurry to do things. After we got that April 5th letter saying, sorry, no campus of care, we stumbled across the fact there was an April 30th deadline to actually apply for this $35. And that's an additional $7 million, the equivalent of $7 million over the 25 years, on top of the $4 million that we get just by the virtue of the fact that they've approved our building. So we made that deadline. We made the May 31st deadlines as well in terms of submitting the necessary documents. And on our journey here to the November 8th deadline, what's not on here is November 30th is the deadline the ministry said that they would make the decisions. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what actually happened is the April 30th deadline we made was the architects submitted a plan based on what was done in April 2019. They still had not been on site. So we submitted 24 beds in the basement as to meet the April 30th deadline, because we only had 10 days basically to make this happen. So early May, they came on site, and a lot of things transpired. And then it was decided that the best option was actually moving it upstairs, not downstairs, but only 22 beds would fit, also downstairs. There's no way that 24 beds would fit with the current ministry requirements for space in washrooms, et cetera. So there was a flurry of activity around this to get this whole new plan in place and accepted by the ministry. And so that it was actually, by the end of June, we actually had this new plan in place. The ministry took July to review it. And then on August 6th, we got the final okay for the preliminary plan, which then means you could move to the next phase. Next slide, please. And that next phase was submitting the working drawings, the blueprints, which went in at the end of August, with the original date that they would get back to us on October 4th. They actually didn't quite make it. We got the October 8th. And we had a meeting with them last week as well to clarify some of the requests. And there's a minor change that they were looking for, which has been submitted. And so we're waiting to see back. So we were hoping, as you can see on the slide, that we would actually have their approval by October 18th, working draw approval. 5 weeks to go to tender, so that November 25th, the results would come back. And then by the time we managed to evaluate that and get the documentation, it's called the approval to construct package. which was supposed to be done by November 8th. We might be able to get it done by the end of November, highly unlikely. But the ministry seems to be amenable to some extension beyond November 30th. So we are working on that and trying to get that finalized so that we can push that final date into December, given the minister herself has to sign the document, and that can take several days to get her availability to do that. So that's highly unlikely that can happen in November. That would slip into December. And the last point is it's approximately a 2-year build. We expect that the residents would start entering those 22 rooms on December 1st, 2026. Next slide, please. Okay, so the building permit and the site plan revision that, for the setback was submitted on September 26th to the town of Parry Sound. They've been interacting with the architects on an ongoing basis. So we're still very hopeful that we'll have some good news from them this month. The construction funding loan agreement between Carling and Infrastructure Ontario is underway. And then, of course, we have to do the same ourselves, with we being Belvedere Heights, enter into a relationship with Carling. And there's also a resolution that was forwarded to you that indicates that. Quinnen, we hired a construction management company. Quinnen is out of Aurelia, and they are preparing the tenders, so they will be ready to go as soon as the ministry says yes. And then we are carrying on preparing the approval to construct package. And here's some of the items we have to do. 2 quotes for land, that's underway. The licensing review is underway. All the insurance, we have most of that in place. And of course, what we're waiting now for is a site plan and building permit, a construction schedule should be ready this week.
Yep.
And then of course we have to wait for the tender results and financing and final costs to the end of the month. The other thing we can move on fairly quickly is addition of new parking spots. We're looking at that as an early works project in the northwest corner of the property. And we're still trying to determine how many parking spots we actually need over winter. Because of the renovations will start.
Yeah.
And later this year, like in December, we hope, in January, but the outside construction, of course, won't be till spring. So the other issue that we're looking for then as well then would be your support for this construction funding loan. And then, as I mentioned earlier, over the next 2 years, we'll talk about supporting IO. So the last slide, the next slide is the draft resolution that we would hope you would consider over the next month or so. Anyway, that's the end of the presentation, and turn it back to you, Deputy Mayor, for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions from councillors?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's Councillor Nash.
Oh, hi, Councillor Nash, welcome. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem.
Can
I
you
was just
speak a little
having
into the
some-
mic so we can hear you a bit?
Here, I'll turn can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, that's better, thank you.
Okay. I was just having a little bit of issues connecting there at the beginning of the meeting. So thank you for the presentation that you've done there. It was appreciated. I guess just a couple really quick questions. I know you've kind of gone through some of it in your presentation. But I guess the one question is, and I guess just for me to better understand it, so just in really simple terms, why are we again wanting to buy leases back and not just leave it to the open market for people to sell them on the open market as they come up? Just very simplistic terms, why are we suggesting to do that again?
Oh, you're referring to Life Lease?
Yeah, Don, he is. Which is a
Okay.
side issue from the presentation today, Councillor Nash, but
Yeah, no, I know.
I guess a fair question, because that's been on my mind too, and
Well,
I could add to that just if I could, because I was going to ask
sorry.
a similar question. So, yeah, this all started some years ago with the Campus of Care that obviously the province finally, I guess, turned down. So now the alternative is to put 22 new beds into Belvedere Heights. But along the way, because the real estate market was tanked by the campus of care, moving to a new location, and therefore sort of closing Belvedere Heights, the land lease people felt disadvantaged and taken advantage of, I guess. So what Councillor Nash is saying is, now that you've returned to the normal market where Belvedere Heights is going to carry on, I think he's asking, I heard somewhere that you were going to continue to buy back the land leases. And the question is, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you let the fair market value determine the price and go back to the original deal?
Well, that's certainly still on the table. I mean, the one of the questions that came up in some of the previous meetings is using spaces for palliative care, respite care, which would be more sort of in tune with the other services that are provided, right? So that we could use it. So there would be a combination of life lease units and potential other units. But so yes, so given the circumstance, the units could be sold on the open market. Yes.
But if it's not sold on the open market, why are you buying it? Is the question. Or why I say
Yeah,
you,
that's
board,
my
why
question.
is the intention to buy up the leases if they're not sold on? Why wouldn't they just be sold on the open market as per the contract?
Yeah, and that's certainly, like I say, if there's use for if we have use for some of the units, then that would make sense. But if we don't, you're absolutely right. Then we wouldn't go on the list to buy the units. The units would be sold on the open market. So that's. Pam, did you
Okay,
want to
no,
make a
thank
comment?
you. Yeah, no, I had one more comment. No, so thank you. It sounds like right now, yeah, like I wouldn't, as a counselor, I wouldn't be in support of us buying leases back from people. I'd allow, real estate to carry out real estate. But in regards to the additional funding currently being requested for the expansion, I know we are short, everybody knows in the province that we're short some beds for long-term care. So I do think, we do have, I think all Ontarians have a duty to make sure we have more beds available when possible. So if everything was to go as good as possible, what would you think the earliest date would be for the completion of the improvements that are being suggested?
Yeah, December 26th.
Okay.
It's about an 18-month build. There's several months commissioning of the building. You get your staff aligned, trained up and all that kind of thing. So that's approximate. If all goes well, and there's I think we have some flex in there, but that's the hope, Councillor. December 1st, 2026.
Okay.
Yeah. So if some stuff went over, I'll call it overtime or whatever it might be. Spring of 27 would probably be a reasonable time that it would all be done. So perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from councillors? Okay, hearing none, I have, I want to make sure I understand what you're asking for, Tom. I know you're asking for support for the whole project. And then you talk about 42,000 in addition to that I guess was given to us in 2021. I'm not sure Whitestone put it in a reserve. We probably spent it. So, so when are you asking for this 42,000? Because we just don't pick that kind of money up out of the air. We have a budget and we've set our budget for 2024. So when are you expecting the $42,000 back?
I guess as soon as you can afford it.
Well, that won't be till 2025 because that's our budgeting. We're not going to go into a deficit because you come in November or October asking for 42,000.
Yeah.
So,
and your budget year starts in January, right? So
yeah. So it's
so
my point is, as far as I'm concerned anyway, it would be a 2025. And do you know what the ultimate cost is to Whitestone? I know it's 6% of of the losses, if you will. But I mean, ultimately, what are we looking at? You've got a debenture and a loan and 25 years and all the numbers. What's the bottom line for Whitestone? 42,000 now, and what in the future?
Nothing,
Nothing in the future?
no.
It's
Yeah,
not
but
going to
you mean-
cost us anything for the 22 beds. That's
Well,
interesting.
I mean, we've got the $1 million levy, right? And we're, you know, and like I say, with the plan at the moment is it's not going to cost any money, and we're really, you know, want to get better cost control, better revenue control, but the $1 million levy probably will not go down, right? Because we've dropped it, as you
Yeah,
know.
no, that's
right?
fair, Bob.
Right.
Your
So
interest rates probably will go down because inflation this morning was 1.6%. So
Right.
you're going to get a half point drop in the interest rates probably next week. So that 4.35% will be hopefully less than that through Infrastructure Ontario. So, okay,
Right.
any other questions of Don? We obviously won't deal with this today, Don. It'll come back to us in November at our council meeting, and we'll debate and decide at that point.
yeah, I understand that.
Okay,
Michelle
thank
had
you very
mentioned that.
much for your presentation, and Pam, thank you for coming. And if there's no other questions, we'll finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is, where is my agenda here? Okay, we have Troy Burgess. 4.2, camping at Clear Lake on MNRF lands. So Troy, is the welcome to begin with, and is the mic working there? It isn't, so we're going to get it working. And I take it most of the people here are from Clear Lake with your entourage here, are they? Or
Check.
well, welcome everyone.
I don't really need a mic.
Well, but there's people online that do need it.
Okay. Just- I'd like to thank the mayor and the council members for hearing this matter of contention that's been plaguing our community for over 3 years. I'd also like to thank my neighbors who've traveled several hours to be here to support these efforts and trying to problem solve as a community. I'm here not today as an individual, but as a representative of our area, our little area of Whitestone. The matter we come here to share with you is, and the language is strong and it needs to be strong. It's the annihilation of our township, of our way of living, our enjoyment and quality of life due to the invasion, the RV invasion and party city campers encroaching into our homes and cottages. And just to note and to make very clear, we have no issue whatsoever with people who love our area and love our nature and come to enjoy our wilderness, and hunters who frequent the area with a non-destructive and respectful manner. They're actually welcomed. We love to share what we planned so hard for in our retirement. Just a brief little summary of why this problem exists. Sorry, problems.
Take your time.
In 2005, when my husband and I moved here, the MNR had a sign at Black Lake that prohibited camping on long weekends. This was to address 3 small camping or tenting spots right in front of Black Lake. The sign was taken down after a couple of years. I don't know why, but it was taken down. After that, the population of campers and RVs began to increase, but we had very little issue in those years. In 2016, Hydro One actually upgraded the road so they could get their trucks into the back to service the hydro lines. I believe it's west of Black Lake. So the road went from 2 tire tracks. I know, Larry Watkinson is here, and he's one of the ones that, used to keep, the road going for the Bolger Association. And it was a challenge to get through that road. So it went from sort of a tiny, 2-tired, rock-filled pits, to actually a dirt road. So, the improvement allowed a lot more people to bring a lot bigger and better machinery in. And that's when sort of the devastation of Black Lake began to happen shortly after that road was improved. In 2020, COVID hit, and word spread that our area was open for those who didn't choose to follow any of those rules. The police, the MNR, the town, they all targeted the area to curtail the clear cutting and rule breaking infractions related to COVID at that time. They had some success, but unless there's constant enforcement, of course, you know, you can't always be there. So once the COVID restrictions were lifted, the years that followed were an invasion. This area's reputation became a free-for-all. No rules barred, playground for the lawless, drinking and driving, drugs. I have one witness who watched an ATVer do lines of coke off their dashboard. And of course, by the time you call police or bylaw, all signs of offenses are gone. We've had deaths. One very famous one on Rattlesnake Hill, just up from us, where drinking and speeding was a factor. 2 major fires, one where we were phoned by a firefighter and told to grab our inventory to leave. Personal injury accidents, several damage incidents, all at the expense of us, Whitestoners, all at the expense of us. And I was just told there were ambulance, police, and fire there the other weekend I wasn't aware of. The community has seen over easy 100 trailers on several occasions at Black Lake. They are so jam-packed together that if there was no more room, they made room. You can see all signs. I know Councillor Lamb and Councillor Nash and Councillor Woods all went up and had a drive and had a look, and you could see clear signs of chainsaws and trees being cut down and just clear cut. It's just dirt. Our forest that was there is just all dirt. So they're making room for these monster RVs now. So the element that's attracted to our area, disregard all rules, not just the rules that are posted by the MNR up there, but they're drinking and driving, they're doing drugs, there's no permit fires, there's bikes and trucks in the lakes. And that just doesn't happen at Black Lake. That all starts to come down because Black Lake is now so oily and greasy, they can't bathe and wash the hair, so they come down to our lake. So I could go on about Black Lake, but Black Lake is not the issue I'm here to talk about. It's just the reason why we're here today talking about our issues. So they're now invading down to where we live and cottage and pay taxes. These culprits bring nothing to our community. They don't shop locally. They don't shop, our local economy doesn't prosper from them being here. They're back in the bush and back as far as they can get. And they don't come out until it's time, unless it's to ruin the roads. And my husband and I actually take care of the Whitestone Road, but in the winter, it's only ours. So we repair that as they're damaging it. So we don't have to repair it hugely in the winter. So their presence is actually a negative impact to our community. So what's happening now is Black Lake is full. So they've come down to the spots that are open on Clear Lake. So I don't know the number at Mr. Wells's, but it's where actually Clear Lake stops before it turns into the seasonal road. So there, we've sort of made a roundabout. I know the plowing and the town, they like to sit there, have their lunch, and it's also the entrance into what we call the sand pit. And through there, you can get to trails, to Dogfish, I believe it is. And they're very well used trails. So to coin Mr. Wells's phrase, now he looks out at Clear Lake Trailer Park from his cottage. And I mean, it is jam-packed. The pictures you have in front of you do not even do the crowding justice. They park their big rigs right across from Mr. Wells's cottage at that entrance. We call the sand pit. And as you can see by the pictures, they're in the pit as well. Actually, you might not have those pictures, but they're all in the sand pit. They all park in a circle, and they actually block the trails as well. So we've noticed that they've added gravel. These campers brought in their own gravel to the sand pit because their trailers were sinking. So it boggles my mind. They've also taken over the tiny park area just south of Nesbitt Trail. This little parkette was sort of made by Bolger people who would park there, unload their snowmobiles, and drive through Loon Lake to get to, once it had frozen, to get to their cottages on Bolger. Well, now there's about 2 acres that are clear cut. I had a neighbor, you can see in the email there, in the presentation. She's from Bolger. She's a naturalist from Bolger. She texted me and she's watching two large men cut down 3 huge cherry trees. So they've swamped that area as well with clear cutting, and now they're partying. The other midsummer, we watched a light show right in front of the Wells's cottage where one trailer was doing neon blue, the other trailer was doing neon pink, and it was going to the music. The noise and the lights are just incredible. I can see them even though we're further down the road. We can still hear the generators, we still hear the partying, and we can see the light shows. And the fighting that comes with that, the drinking and driving, it's totally out of control. I've dodged many ATVs with red cups or beers in their hands going down Clear Lake. The generator noise, the radio blasting, then that's all hours of the day and night. This is non-stop. This isn't just, it's all summer long too, and not just on weekends. There's actually three of us, 3 families, me included. I'll tell you that right now, me included, that I swear to God, I'm going to put my place up for sale. I can't stand it anymore. We are all so sick and tired. We've tried to approach these people. We get sworn at, not me, but other people get sworn at. They're unapproachable. There's no respect there. And one of the families have been here for generations, who actually helped found Whitestone. I don't want to see them go. And that family, it are the Wellses. They take the brunt of this. It's right in front of their faces. So let's get to the conclusion. So we have a problem. It's identified. We have tried many things on our own to rectify the issue, and we've failed. So I'd like you just to think for 2 seconds. What would you do if this was in your backyard? What would you do if this constant day and night, we had one souped up Razor, I think it's called, with the light track in the front. And vroom, every time he'd see lights on at some house or cottage, he'd have to gunner and do the skids and whatever it was. That's all hours of the night. What would you do if that was on Whitestone or if that was on Wawashkesh? It would be dealt with and swiftly. The question is really, how do we solve the problem? And that's been, Bolger has tried and failed. The M&R has tried at Black Lake and failed. So what I believe, and I've 30 years of career of problem solving, this is what I've come up with. I think we need a multi-level approach and a multi-government approach. From the town, we ask that no overnight parking from April 1st to November 1st be placed at the camping area south of Nesbitt Trail. And I say April 1st to November 1st, no overnight parking, because people do park there to go on Nesbitt Trail. And it's on our highway. It's an attraction on our highway. Come see Nesbitt Trail. I wouldn't suggest anyone try to walk that because it's demolished. But maybe with some problem solving, we can make it walkable again. And from April to November, that's because of the Bolger people. We don't want to stop them from being able to get to their cottages. So, and also there's a snowmobile trail that runs right through this little parkette. We call it the New Black Lake. And there's two entrances into this camping area. The one to the south is part of the Skidoo Trail, which then goes up Nesbitt Trail in the winter. And the other entrance is for the big trailers to get in. They've made those entrances have been there, but they have improved them and clear cut from back there. So I'm also asking that large boulders be placed so ATVs and snowmobiles and side-by-sides can still get through. We don't want to discourage people from enjoying the area. And you might ask why. Well, you know, boulders, people could just move those. But in actual fact, when you have signs and you have a physical barrier, when your eye sees a physical barrier, you're less likely to break that rule. You're less likely to go 2 steps to break the rule and go in and camp. So it's actually a visual and a psychological barrier. And 2, a no parking anytime up by the sand pit. Now that would be placed on the road at the edge, just at the end of the municipal property. So it's 60 feet for your roadway. So at the 30-foot mark, you'd have no parking anytime. And then the boulders set as well with an area where ATVs and side-by-sides could go through, because that goes to their fishing spots on Dogfish. But they couldn't bring in these monster RVs. We've had a tractor trailer there all summer. The tractor trailer is a flatbed and carries a camper, and then probably, I'm going to say about six to 8 ATVs. And they've crushed our culverts. We've got to jack our culverts back up so the water can flow. Anyway, so we would like those boulders so these big monster machines can't get through. From the M&R, we'd like no camping at both these spots, as well as in the sand pit. I have spoken to Mr. Adam Wakefield, who's the district manager of the M&R here in Parry Sound. And we had quite a fabulous conversation, and he was quite open to, if the community comes together and lets council know exactly what we need, and the mayor, Comray, would email him, he would be very open to putting those signs up. He's told me that personally. And as far as we go, the citizens of the upper part of Whitestone, my husband calls it the armpit of Whitestone because we get nothing. We will make sure that when there is an ongoing infraction, that we call in. We call the M&R when we see something. We have not done that. Mr. Adam Wakefield, when he says there's been no complaints, he's true. We don't call. My husband and I are problem solvers. We're the last people you call. So we just go and we try to ask the people nicely to, you know, get the hell off our property or get their ATVs out of our lakes. But they're ignoramuses. These are not good people. These are rule breakers. So when you ask the M&R or the bylaw or police to come in and monitor and charge people when they're doing offenses, well, there's a social media network where as soon as any of authority comes, they already know that they're M&R's at Clear Lake, M&R's on Bulger, police are at Black Lake. I'm part of all of those social media groups. So I know when they're coming, and then I go out and flag the M&R and say, you know, please charge, stop warning people. They don't care about the rules. So as a
Troy.
result, I was talking to Mr.
Troy.
Whitfield.
I just wonder if you can, next
I'm
couple
wrapping up.
minutes, yeah, I've given you like
Yep.
20 minutes and
Yeah, I'm wrapping
that's what
up right
Dawn
now.
had too. I guess I'm not a good chair because I said 10 minutes and
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
allowing
wrapping
everyone to
up
go
right now.
20 or 20.
So as a
minutes.
result, we'll have zero tolerance enforcement in the spring, bylaw, fire permit offenses, M&R enforcement, and the word will spread. And this will stop the monster trailers and stop the unwanteds from coming. Now, we're asking as a community, could we get that signage up by fall? And then the rumors will start and maybe we can avoid the majority of trouble in the spring. I don't know how long it takes. That's I guess a question for Dave Reeser. But this is what we'd like to see done.
Okay,
I think it makes the most common sense. It's the cheapest approach and it will alleviate our mental health.
Okay.
So let's make Whitestone the perfect place to live, work, and play. Let's make it because we're certainly in hell. There's no perfection here. Okay,
well,
any
thank you very much.
questions?
Thank you. Yeah, just stay here
Yeah.
because they're, okay. Questions from counselors? Don't be so quick to jump in.
Mr. Deputy Mayor Lamb, it's Councillor Woods.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Woods. Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Not that I have any questions. Troy, I'd like to say thanks for coming and making a presentation. I know about everything that goes on out that way because I frequent the area quite often. The area that Troy's talking about, to me, is definitely more used than Black Lake ever was. There's far more people that are jammed into that smaller area than there is out at Black Lake. And we know the problems. We all know the problems that Black Lake posed to us. I mean, Mr. Mayor, you and I had a delegation with the ministers a few years ago because of the problems that we'd seen out there, and they were serious problems. On my last trip out to Clear Lake to take a look, numerous fires, upwards of a dozen still left burning, smoldering. I pour as much water bottles as I got in my truck on the ones that I can. But there's definitely some bad behavior out there. We should try and do something. I don't know what exactly we're going to do. I mean, I posed the solution to everybody on council of what I thought we could do. And it's a very long-term plan. I know it would be a very long-term plan, but that's simply start with, we try and take out a land use permit for an area, and the areas where we want to allow camping, we allow camping. And where we don't, we don't. I mean, if we took a massive area that's already well used and we can't stop people from using the Crown land, and we took out a land use permit and we controlled it, then we could apply all of our bylaws on those properties is what I thought. But at the end of the day, we got taxpayers that are not being able to enjoy their homes. So I think we should try and do something. My opinion is we have to try and help, right? We helped everybody out around Black Lake as much as we possibly could and got it shut down, and it's curtailed some of the behavior. Maybe that's a route that we have to do for this area around Clear Lake again. And I'll just leave it there and I'll let other council members make any comments. But Troy, thank you very much. And I feel bad for our residents out there on Clear Lake, to be honest.
Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Through
Other-
you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Lamb, Councillor Nash.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor
Yes,
Nash.
thank you. Troy, thank you for the presentation that you did on behalf of the people up in off Clear Lake Road and the general area. I'm not far from there, as you know. So just a couple things. I know you brought up about the improvements and you're talking about Black Lake a bit, but the issue that we're talking about is really to the, I'll call it the west side of Clear Lake Road. And I know you'd said that Councillor Lamb, myself, and Councillor Woods had gone out. And I think we did do that, but it was on separate trips. I just wanted to make sure people don't think the three of us were all out there traveling around. I'd gone out with Councillor Lamb, and I think Councillor Woods went out on a separate time. And when Councillor Lamb and I went out, I don't think we saw the full extent of it because it was relatively clean, but you could really see the areas that lots of people had camped on, right? And where there were still several camper vans or tent trailers, that kind of stuff. I'm on the environmental committee, and Nesbitt Trail is something, just so the public is aware, is something that the committee would like to look at trying to get addressed as a long-term item, because we know it has been damaged. So hopefully we can come back with something to council at a committee level on what might be able to be done for that. In regards to the camping on the west side of Clear Lake Road, you know, I do think there is a problem. And as Councillor Woods had noted there, you know, we did try and help out at Black Lake in the past. And I know I've seen at Gooseneck Lake, ATVs driving into the boat launch and washing off. And that's what you said's happening at Clear Lake. I know you'd said in the past, or the people in the area, you guys don't really want to dock at Clear Lake. And I think that's a direct result of people doing what they're doing. So many people camping, people using ATVs to wash in the lake and stuff like that, not following what most people would think of camping, going way over and beyond what most people would think of camping. So I agree wholeheartedly that I think we should try and do something. I think that we as a municipality can try to see if we can get support with M&R to go out and do some enforcing, or at least give our support that we'd like M&R to go out and do enforcing. You know, I agree if you put rocks up, people might move them or they might cut a tree down somewhere else. You know, I don't think putting up parking signs or no overnight parking on the road are bad ideas along the roadway. But at the same time, I think we have to remember that there are a lot of law-abiding citizens. I know you made allegations about people that don't obey the law, which I know there many are as well. But I think some people come up and do it the right way, the bulk of the people. And I'd hate to see them not be able to enjoy the beautiful outdoors, you know, which is one of our rights as Ontarians and Canadians to use our crown lands. But I do think it needs to be done on better terms with more enforcement from M&R. So I full-heartedly again agree that hopefully we can support M&R going out there. You know, our bylaw, what we can do on our property, and getting the word out that if you're going to come use the land, enjoy it, clean up after yourself, follow the rules, and don't break the rules, because I'm sure it's very hard for people on that lake and other areas to enjoy their their piece of heaven when people are up all night partying and all that kind of stuff, Troy. So hopefully we as a council, you know, can bring this back to a council meeting and have some fruitful discussions on what we might be able to do as council to support the M&R going in and really making sure people are following the rules and do our part on some signage and stuff along our roadways there. So again, Troy, thank you for your presentation and all the time it took preparing it and presenting it on behalf of people in the Ardbeg area. So thank you, Troy.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. And just to address your comments and questions. So the people that are at Black Lake now and Clear Lake and the Nesbitt Trail area, they have pushed the good people and the quiet campers and the nature lovers out. No person that wants to enjoy a weekend up north in Northern Ontario, they might pitch their tent beside some of these people, but they sure wouldn't last very long there. They've pushed these good people out. So, and we're not talking about the good campers. The good campers, you know, they go to Round Lake, they go to Dogfish, they know where to go to get in and get the peace and quiet. These people that are there, and I'm not suggesting all of them, but I'm certainly suggesting the majority of them are there to rock climb, crash their cars, tow them back, party, run up and down these roads. And as far as signage goes, Mr. Nash, there's already signs to please bring your garbage, take your garbage out, and that's on the road to Black Lake. And then there's a huge sign by the M&R about what rules to follow. Well, when you have a rule-abiding person, of course they're going to follow those rules, but these people aren't rule-abiding. So the signs are a laughingstock to them. And as far as enforcement, I can tell you a lot about enforcement and why it can't be enforced. Number one, I've already talked about the social media connections that will tell these people and these clubs that enforcement's on its way. And most of the offenses, when talking to Ministry of Natural Resources, they're called what's fines committing offenses. So, you know, you've told people, oh, take pictures. That cannot be. It is actually the M&R officer has to be there and physically see the offenses happening, physically see the trees being cut down or burned, physically see the ATVs in the water or the infractions happening. So, and as a retired police officer, I can tell you, I feel their pain. You cannot, unless you see it, and we do not, and the M&R does not have, the local police do not have, and certainly our Whitestone bylaw officer doesn't have the time to get into the camo gear and hide somewhere in the bushes and then get the second A team to come in and, you know, capture the people in the water. Or it's just not going to happen. It's an unrealistic expectation. It's an unachievable goal. As far as that goes. And I've already been told that by Mr. Wakefield, that they just don't have the budget to send enforcement in every weekend. So that's why I'm saying hit them hard, hit them now, hit them at the beginning of the season, give those $600 tickets for not having a fire permit, hit them in the wallet, because that's what's going to work. That the rumor mill will start and people will find somewhere else to go. Yes, it's not fair to send them to another municipality or another area, but it's not my area.
Okay, any other comments from council members? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I have a few comments. Thanks, Troy. It was good, and it was interesting to see all the information that you have. And I did try and corner James King at a meeting I was at a few weeks ago, and talked tell him and also Graydon Smith that this is a problem. And I think part of it is it's not just a problem. It's probably a problem in all Crown land, and that the MNRF needs to start looking at it in terms of talking about it in a different light. The way it was presented probably years and years ago, that, you know, Crown land, you could camp for 21 days, things like that. That was for the person who's going out and wants to camp by a lake, and one person or two or three people, but not encampments, which is what this really is. It's not camping, it's encampments. And so I think that as council, maybe we can have further discussions about how we can talk to and engage Graydon Smith in some of these changes, possibly changes, or at least saying, you know, you need to rethink this. It's not going to be, certainly this is not a short-term thing. It's not a short-term solution. Your other solutions or other ideas maybe might work in the short term, but I think we need to think long-term as well. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just,
Go ahead.
It's Mayor Comrie,
Comrie.
not to, this is a large subject, and we're not going to solve it today. So I don't want us to I don't want to drag this out too long, but I wanted to highlight a couple of things that have already been mentioned. Councillor Wood mentioned the fact that we had reached out to a couple of different ministers of natural resources previously in delegations, saying this is a problem, and and we'd like to solve it. And the problem has been, I think, well expressed by several people. It's really, or the challenge, if you like, it's really trying to make it difficult for folks who just want to come to raise a little hell and come to a place where there's no enforcement and they can get away with it, and the other folks who want to take advantage of the freedom that they have in the Public Lands Act, which says, you know, you can enjoy Crown land and all the wonderful things and take advantage of it to camp and so on. And so the objective was to try to attract the latter and discourage the former. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to get a task force of the various parties that are the various silos that are involved need to be involved in order to deal with this effectively. And that's the MNR, the OPP, the MECP, because they now have responsibility for conservation areas and parks, that formerly was all part of the MNR, and perhaps Hydro One, who run that transmission corridor. And by the way, in connection with the transmission corridor, I consider the worst offenders in this to be the so-called mudders, who have these very powerful jacked up ATVs, not like the ones that you see normally on the streets of Whitestone, but the ones these are big ones, and they drive them up and down the transmission line corridor and get them stuck and winch them out, and you will see them at loggers, sometimes parked in front of loggers in Ardbeg, and they're completely covered with mud. Why? Because they run them through the swamp. And of course, lots of people think that's fun. I understand that, but it is damaging to the environment, and it's damaging to the peace and quiet of the area. And so, as Troy mentioned, people are not going to, the people who want to enjoy the wilderness are not going to be participants in that. So anyway, the district manager, by the way, under the Public Lands Act, the district manager has the authority to close the area to camping. And I have tried, and I've tried to convince Adam Wakefield to do what his predecessor, some of you will remember Bob Griffiths, a few years back, he actually did close it for several years. They said, okay, if you're found in there, you're going to get charged. So they do have the the power to do that, but he has historically declined to do it. I gather now maybe he thinks there could be some improved signage, but that's what we wanted to do, is we wanted to get everybody together and figure out a strategy and get a concerted effort to try to enforce on a couple of long weekends, which would likely discourage that behavior. Anyway, there's lots more that we could say about this, but we can't do it as a municipality on our own. We need to get the cooperation of other folks, because I think everybody can appreciate this. There are some significant resources over and above what we have as a municipality that need to be involved. So that's all I want to say about it today, but I think we should try to bring it back and deal with it a little more and see if we could come up with an action plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'd be happy to be part of that action plan. And I'll also involve the OPP, but I think too, we can't wait for the M&R. We as a municipality have to take the first step.
Good. Well, thank you, Troy and group, for coming. I'm not going to add much to it because I think council has spoken. What I read is not only sympathy, but that council will try to do something with respect to this. We can't today is the delegation, but it could come back, for instance, in November on our agenda, where we can have a wholesome discussion of the various options and decide what we're going to do. So that's the next step forward, okay? When Councillor Nash and I went out there, I think it was the Monday of the Labor Day weekend, and I think most of them had already left by that point. So, but he is right. It was pretty clean when we were out there. No, I didn't. Scott may have. I don't think we did, but we drove around the whole area and into certain areas. Certainly, a lot of people have. They don't go in there on a weekend. They've got it personalized, right? They've got signs on the trees, and it's their spot, and which you can't claim a public spot as your own for a summer, right? So there are issues out there, and I've jotted down, and I'm sure all the right from land use permits to boulders and signs and all the rest, fire permits, all these things can be discussed and hopefully resolved. But the mayor is right. You know, ultimately, it's I know we can't wait for the M&R, but ultimately it's Crown land, right? So we're up against it from that standpoint. The only question I would have is if you put boulders up, right? And these are rule breakers, what stops them the next weekend to not, chop a few more trees down in the dead of night and build a new entranceway, and there you go. And you can't put boulders from, whatever. That's what I envision would happen with the boulders, but because they'll find a way to get through, right? If they truly want to camp in there. So I don't know how you get over that, right? So, but certainly the signage, I guess we can. Are there a lot of people, I guess, that actually park on the road?
And they camp on the side of the road.
So not just in right along, okay. Okay, good. Okay, well, we'll wrap it up at that, and it'll come back hopefully next month, but I guess it'll depend on the agenda, but certainly, hopefully, either November or December to do something about it. And again, I thank you for coming today and
Deputy
and your
Mayor.
presentation. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor, it's Councillor Woods here. Could I just say one quick idea?
You sure can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. One idea that we should be looking into, because I know I used this in the past when I lived in Hamilton, was paid duty officers. I know we can get OPP because I had hired Hamilton Police years ago for a couple of functions. So you get paid duty officers. We should look into see if M&R has a paid duty enforcement option, and the municipality pays that officer to go out and patrol the area when we say and where we say. That's something that we should be looking into, I think.
Good, thank you. Okay, that's the end of the presentations. I think we have a couple of motions to receive these presentations, so I'll read the motions and ask for a mover and seconder. 4.1 Belvedere Board of Management Project Update for the construction of 22 new beds. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive for information the presentation from Don Carmichael, Finance Committee Chairperson for Belvedere Board of Management regarding the construction of 22 new beds. Mover and seconder, please.
I'm
Councilor
happy
Bray
to move
moves,
that, Mr.
seconder.
Chair.
Councilor Mayor Comrie. All those in favor, please indicate.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Oh, Councillor Nash has dropped. So, okay, he's gone for a while. So, okay, that passes. Thank you. Second motion coming out of this is camping at Clear Lake on MNRF lands that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive for information the presentation from Troy Burgess in regard to camping at MNRF lands at Clear Lake. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Deputy Mayor. It's Councillor Woods.
Good. Seconder.
I'll second, Mayor Comrie.
Good. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate.
Mayor
Councillor-
Comrie in favor.
That
Councillor
passes.
Woods, yes.
Yep, thank you. That passes. Thank you. Okay, the next motion is we're going to deal with some planning items, which I know some other people are here for. So thank you for coming. If you want to stay for the next 8 hours or no? Yeah, we have lunch at some point. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 11:35. Thank you. Okay. So I gotta turn this off.
One minute. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Now I'm going to committee of the whole to deal with these planning matters. So we need a seconder for the following motion. Council of the Municipality of Whitestone.
Councillor Lamb, we're not hearing you on Zoom.
Oh, that's because I don't have my microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into the Committee of the Whole at 11:40 a.m. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move,
Mover,
Councillor Woods.
Councillor Bray, seconder, Councillor Woods. All those in favor?
Mayor Comrie in
Benny?
favor.
That passes. Thank you. There you go. Okay, we're now in the Committee of the Whole. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items to deal with. 5.1.1, an overview of the new provincial planning statement. This is a memorandum from MHBC, which is our planning group, dated September the 27th, 2024. So who's going to talk to this?
I can speak to
Oh,
that.
Jamie, you're on here, are you?
I
Okay,
am
thank
here.
you, Jamie. Jamie is our planner with the group. So welcome, Jamie. And the
Good
floor is
morning,
yours.
everybody. Yes, I can, what I intend to do is just hit on a few of the highlights. I won't walk through everything. But effectively, the province back in August, this has been an ongoing project for them in terms of updating the provincial policy statement. And in August, they announced that a new document would be coming into effect on October 20th, so in 5 days. And that new document, they've changed the wording from a provincial policy statement. They're calling it a provincial planning statement now. So still PPS, just slightly different terminology. The main change to it is that, and it doesn't necessarily apply to you folks, but for those people that are Simcoe County South through to Niagara, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe has been, is being removed. And this new provincial planning statement would be the only planning document in that jurisdiction going forward. You folks are subject to the growth plan for Northern Ontario, so that document's still in effect. So this doesn't change that piece at all, but it does provide some modifications. So I just like to hit on some of the high points right now. Most of this stuff is I'll say planning lingo, or that planners would deal with, or the municipality at the time of an official plan review. So there's not a lot that affects the day-to-day operations in the municipality, but I'll just highlight a few of the key things for you. So attached to the memo, there's a table, which it starts on page 33 of your agenda package. And on that, I'll just work through a couple of the rows on the table. So first off, the main focus on this document, they make it very clear that housing is a focus. And I'm sure we've all heard in the news lately that the province is intending to build 1.5 million homes by 2031. So a lot of what you see in this document is about facilitating that and ensuring it can happen. They've included some policies about requirements for growth projections and official plans. It's always been a requirement for official plans to plan for future growth, and now they made it mandatory that you keep enough supply of land available for 20 years, but you could have a supply of land designated for up to 30 years. That isn't really a huge issue, I don't think, in your municipality, but it's a bit of a tweak to the framework. One of the modifications to the plan relates to affordability housing targets and an opportunity that might exist in your municipality related to achieving affordable housing targets or improving opportunities for affordable housing could be through opportunities for additional dwelling units within houses, so second units or third units on properties. So within detached garages or within an attached garage or basement apartment, those sorts of opportunities. So there's a focus on facilitating that form of development as well. From affordability perspective, they've also modified the definition of affordability, where previously it used to discuss the regional market area. So for you folks, that would effectively be the Parry Sound District. When you're evaluating affordability, you had to take in that larger geographic area. Now affordability is being considered on a municipal by municipal basis. So effectively what that means is, and why that's important is that you're not considering those urban municipalities and what they include. It's just simply your municipality only. So you wouldn't be looking at what Parry Sound includes or places like that. Another modification, I'm on page 35 now at the end, but it provides opportunities, expanded opportunities for settlement area boundary expansions, and actually even opportunities for the municipalities to consider new settlements and landowners to provide requests for those. That's a very, very big change. And again, that's in response primarily to the province's objective of creating additional housing over the next number of years. The historic PPS required settlement area boundary expansions to only be considered by municipalities at the time of the review, where these modifications allow them to be developer driven or applicant driven. I'm gonna flip ahead a few pages now. To page 40. And there's a lot of these policies are things that'll really get dealt with through your official plan review and updates to them. And again, it doesn't affect the day-to-day sort of operation or consideration of building permits for rural or shoreline or even urban properties within the municipality. But at the bottom of page 40, there's some expanded policies around energy supply and providing energy storage systems. In other municipalities in the province, we're seeing locations where there's battery storage facilities that are developed to provide storage of electricity, so that when there's peak operating times, that these battery storage facilities are able to supplement demand in those periods of high usage. We're seeing that more around central and southern Ontario, but it's something that is required to be considered in the OP. On the next page, page 41, there's some modified definitions related to fish habitat and what significant actually means. So those are things that'll be considered as part of your OP review as well. Again, those are kind of the main changes. There's some additional modifications related to cultural heritage and archaeology that we see on page 43. But if you're really keen and want to take a look at all of the changes, what we've tried to do in this table is provide a description of the change, and then the final column provides an overview of the implication for the municipality and what the municipality needs to consider. So I don't want to spend too much time. There's a lot of info here, and it's not dealt with on a day-to-day basis specifically, but it's really some high-level planning implications that really get dealt with as part of the OP review. So that provides a bit of an overview, Deputy Mayor, and if there's any
Well, thank you, Jamie.
comments, I can try to answer them.
Yeah, there's lots of documentation here. So questions of Jamie from councilors.
Mr. Chair, I could start if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Comrie.
I have a couple of questions, but the first one is around I guess the whole question of affordability or attainability with respect to housing. And by the way, I was going to say I did read with interest the material, and in particular the table that you provided, Jamie, so that I thought that was very helpful. But my question is, it sounds like we are supposed to have a definition, and or at least we are supposed to consider, whether there is anything that we as a municipality could do with respect to affordable housing. My question is, do we have to come up with our own definition for Whitestone as to what is affordable? Is attainable also a possible definition, or does it have to be affordable? And how would we go about doing that? Is that, can you comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
Through the chair to you, your worship, you don't need to come up with, the municipality doesn't need to come up with their own definitions. Those are ingrained in this new PPS. But effectively what it's telling municipalities is that when you update your official plan, effectively you need to create an enabling policy framework that supports the establishment of, and in this case, and establish some targets for, and their minimum targets for how much of the new housing that gets developed in your municipality is affordable or meets that definition of affordable. And effectively what affordable means, the definition, it talks about when you own your home, it's that the households with the lowest 60% of the income distribution for the municipality could afford. So not the top 40, but the lowest 60, and what those individuals could afford. And it's a similar definition if you're dealing with rental housing. So effectively, if someone was proposing to build a subdivision of 10 homes in the municipality, you should have I'll give you an example for you. You might say that over the course of the next 10 years, our target is that 20% of the housing that's built in our municipality is affordable. Let's say that's your official plan policy. So if somebody comes in with a subdivision development of 10 lots, let's say, or 20 lots, well, they should try to make 20 of those units affordable. And it may not be 20 of the units, it might be that 20% of those units also have additional dwelling units as part of them. So secondary dwelling units, for example, to try to meet those targets. So that's the kind of thing that the municipality could do through their official plan to implement those targets. So it's really about creating an enabling policy framework to allow for these things to happen.
Okay, so thank you for that. How do we attach a number to affordable? Do we get that out of, is this StatCan from StatCan income data, or would you know what that number is by any chance? Maybe that's an unfair question. But
Yeah, so
how
no,
would we, how can we derive it? Like, I'm trying to figure out, is affordable for Whitestone, is it $200,000 or $300,000 or
so
what is
yeah.
it?
Through Mr. Chair to the mayor, how that's determined is, yes, you'd look at the Stats Canada income values, and from a household income perspective, you determine what the lower 60% income distribution is. And based on that number, you would then determine what percentage of income is appropriate for housing for your area. And that's effectively what a house should cost. That with a standard mortgage, they should be able to afford a house. So I don't have all those calculations in front of me, but that's something I think you would need to figure out through your OP process so that you can then draft some policies that are aligned with that. So
Good.
that's effectively how that works.
Okay, any other questions of Jamie from councilors?
Deputy Mayor Lamb, I have a quick one, Councillor Woods.
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just kind of touching back on what Mayor Comrie was talking about there, Jamie. So what we have, I'm sure we have, a basic minimum requirement for the size of what a single family dwelling would be considered in Whitestone. When you talk about affordability, average price to get a house built up here, your 1,000 square foot, you're looking at, $500,000 by the time it's done at a minimum thing. Would there be, or is it a possibility, or could it be a way to say that something could be affordable to be, allow someone to build something smaller than what we would state as our minimum requirement size for a single family dwelling? Would that be kind of long? It's just a thought that I had, right? Am I allowed to build a micro home at 400 square feet and live in it and call it a single family dwelling? Would that make it as a affordable housing option?
So through Mr. Chairman to the councillor, certainly the concept you've outlined, which is effectively the smaller the home, the cheaper it would be to construct, therefore the more affordable it would be. That's completely reasonable. From a zoning perspective, many municipalities don't include minimum dwelling sizes within their bylaws. So provided you meet the requirements of the building code, an issue would be a permission for a dwelling would be granted. It's something the municipality could also look at through their OP review is, are there certain areas we want to encourage these smaller homes to be developed within the municipality, and then pre-zone land for them to try to make them more affordable? That's something you could look at too, but affordability isn't just a single, you can't just think about a single detached dwelling. There's different opportunities for affordable, and they all go into the consideration, whether it's a small apartment building, or whether it's some townhomes, or whether it's accessory dwelling units, or additional dwelling units, basement apartments, or in a attached garage or detached garage. Those all go in, those are all considered part of the mix, and those are all opportunities for meeting those targets.
Okay.
Yeah, Jamie,
you.
I think in our bylaw somewhere that the minimum size for a new build is something like 520 feet. So I think we do have a square footage somewhere in our bylaws right now. So you're saying we could, many municipalities don't say that. They just leave it mute. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's something that a lot of municipalities used to have in place. Some still do, but it's becoming less common, I would suggest, to have those
Yeah.
minimums.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Jamie. A lot of this stuff, I guess, will affect, and we're going to be debating later today the official plan, and which will be taking place a lot in 2025. So a lot of this provincial policy statement, I guess, will impact that. Is there anything? My final question is there anything that has changed in terms of who can appeal what to? I used to call it the OMB. I don't know what it's called now. Has that changed at all in any of the new policies?
So in terms of this document specifically, there's nothing in the PPS that says anything about appeal permissions. So nobody can appeal the PPS and the changes to it. And this new provincial planning statement, it comes into effect by the province, and there's no appeal rights. The province did change last year a number of the appeal rights.
Okay,
for
that's what I'm
individuals,
getting
but
confused with then.
yeah, that's a separate sort of matter. If
Okay.
council ever wants an update on who can appeal what and where those sit, I think you were briefed on those previously, but we can certainly do that again at another time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. And I don't know whether you're sticking around because there's a few others here that you've written memos on, so.
Yes, I will be sticking around for those, so.
Okay, good. We'll move on now to 5.1.2, which is an application to purchase and close a shore road allowance with a company, Barry, Steve, and Beatrice. So who's going to speak to this? Is it Paula?
I think I'm speaking to that, sir.
Oh, you're speaking to this? Jamie, are you?
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that right, Paula?
Yes.
Okay.
She said yes.
Would you like me to share my screen just so council can see this, or do you want me to just refer to the
No,
page
you
of
can
the
share
agenda?
your screen. There are others on the call, right? So,
Okay, I just need to be enabled as a sharing person that can share.
we shall enable you.
With me just a minute, Jamie, hang on.
My wife's been enabling me for 53 years, so surely we can enable Jamie for a bit.
So maybe just while that's being done, I can just provide a bit of an overview, and then all I intend to share is the map that shows where the property is. But this is an application that's been made to purchase a shore road allowance in front of a property on Wawakesh. And the property is about 6.3 hectares. It's got a substantial amount of frontage on Whitestone Bay, about 800 meters of frontage. And so let me just see there. I can share now. So let me try that. The whole screen I missed that. Yeah. There, can you see that okay?
Yep.
So I just lost you guys, but that's okay. So the subject property on the top image is outlined in red, and you can effectively see along the shoreline, there's an area that isn't covered in red, and that's the area of the shore road allowance that's to be purchased. So the municipality in the official plan has some policies that provide direction on when the municipality should sell a shore road allowance and when it shouldn't. And there's a couple of limitations, so flooded lands should not be sold, the official plan identifies. If there's environmental constraints on a property, they shouldn't be sold. So what's been identified on the map at the bottom of the page and on figure 2, flooded lands, so effectively just to orient everybody, this point of land, which has got the black and red on it, is the main point of land here on the top drawing, so the big point in the middle. So what's proposed to be purchased is not the area in red, it's the area in black that's proposed to be purchased in accordance with the policies of the plan. So we've had an opportunity to review the proposal. The lands are designated and zoned for residential purposes primarily. And it was our opinion, based on a review, that there is sufficient access to the lake in other locations, that this proposal would not cut off access for the municipality or other users of the municipality. And it was appropriate to convey the shore road allowance to the abutting property owner. So the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is to allow for the conveyance and to support the conveyance of this shore road allowance to the individuals seeking to purchase it. If there's any
Okay,
questions?
any
I'd be
questions
happy
of
to-
Jamie on this? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to 5.1.3, application to purchase and close the municipal road allowance, Lutz, Megan, and the rest of them. So Jamie, I take it you're speaking to this one too, so go
Yeah,
ahead.
I will deal with these, so. So, Mr. Chairman, this application is an application, and it's on
Hudson Bay.
Hudson Bay, that's correct, and it's.
I'm also on Hudson Bay, so
Okay, there you go. So you know the area well.
I do.
So the municipal address of this property is 53 Captain Estates Road, and this is a proposed application by a few different parties, which are the owners of the properties, Ms. Hunter and a number of the Lutz family. And again, this is on Hudson's Bay on Whitestone Lake. So what's being proposed here is the subject properties identified in red, and it currently does not have any access to the lake. The road allowance that they're proposing to stop up and close is identified in yellow here. So that's a municipal road allowance, which is unopened. Again, the policies that I identified in the previous application in section 9.04 of the official plan provide an overview about instances when the municipality would or would not sell shore road allowances. There's also been a site inspection done by members of the municipal staff, and they identified that there's some current encroachments on that municipal road allowance, which is a separate issue. So there's some structures from neighboring properties that appear to be encroaching on that municipal road allowance. Based on background information, there doesn't appear to be any written permission for those structures to be there. Or any specific approvals for those. However, again, that is a completely separate issue than this conveyance. But based on a review of the official plan and the existing situation there, the fact that the property doesn't currently have any frontage on the lake, it's staff's recommendation that the municipality not stop up and sell this road allowance. This is again a little bit different than closing a shore road allowance. This is a municipal road allowance that leads to water. And typically there'd have to be unique circumstances for the municipality to approve such a closure. So our recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is that this application be denied. If you wish to consider approving this application, council, there'd have to be some consideration for those existing encroachments that exist. And those issues would have to be resolved prior to any conveyance of the property. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to do my best to answer those. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on this one from members of council?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have just one question. Council, Mayor
Go
Conley.
ahead, Mayor Conley.
That the unopened road allowance, and I'm looking at figure 3 here. If we were to follow that down towards the lower left-hand side of the thing, does it come out somewhere to a road, in other words, what I'm really asking is that road allowance that they're asking to close, is it landlocked in the sense that you can't get, you would not be able to get to the other end of it, or get onto it in order to use it?
I can answer that, but
Go ahead.
unless Jamie, you can, the road allowance comes in from Balsam Road is where it starts. And it eventually makes its way down to the lake. There is a big hill in there that one could traverse, but you know, there is a hill there. But yeah, it comes in from Balsam. I know of, and the other point I want to make is that the encroachment that Jamie says is, you know, there's no permissions. There are permissions on one that I know of, dating back to 1995, so long before the municipality was incorporated. So there are permissions for some of those to be there. But anyway, that's just for information. And as you say, that's a separate issue. But so I don't know whether that answers it, Mayor Comrie, but the idea at one point was, could you connect Canning Road to Captain Estates Road and thereby to Dunchurch Estates Road and make one great big loop, right?
Yeah.
Martin Bridges property is sort of prevents that, and I think that's where also there are some structures, although they've sort of cleaned them up. So I think that's some of the other structures they're talking about, but anyway, I don't know that can ever happen unless the Bridges were willing to sell part of their property, I guess. But long term, you know, you have to think of access to the lake, and our policies are pretty clear. I think that we don't sell it if it's accessible, which it is. A little difficulty, but it is. Thank you.
Thanks, that's the answer I was looking for.
Okay, any other thing on this? Okay, we'll now move to 5.1.4, application to purchase and close the Shore Road allowance, Jennings and Johnson. And again, Jamie, I'll punt this over to you. And I think the applicant is here also, so he may want to say or may not want to say something. So thank you.
Okay, just 1 second here. I'll bring it up. Here we go. So this application is a bit of a different scenario than the last ones. We're dealing with a road allowance that's within the within settlement area. So what I think I'll do is just show you the figure 2 first. Provides a bit of a lay of the land, and you can kind of see what precipitated the application. So here we go. So the application is just sort of southeast here of 520 heads off the 124. So the subject lands are outlined in red here, And you can see there's an encroachment that exists, which the next figure will provide a bit more of a detail related to that. Right above where it says 2288 on this property. And then there's an unopened road allowance located to the north, which is, I think this was all part of an old plan of subdivision back in the day. And it really doesn't provide access to any opportunities to the north. So what this effectively shows is the lot lines that are currently in play are this lot line here that runs right through the middle of the barn. That's the current lot configuration. And there's also, and then this red is the road allowance. So Green, who's the property owner to the south, owns this piece here. They've actually, there's been a consent application to convey this 0.74 hectares of land from Jennings Johnson to Green. And then Green also owns the land to the rear. They're proposing to add that to the Johnson property. That's through the consent application. And then sort of to regularize the Johnson and Jennings property, they're proposing to purchase the road allowance. So to make it effectively a similar frontage of what it was before. Their house is again kind of right on the edge of that road allowance that currently exists. So based on the current situation and the needs of maintaining that road allowance, we don't believe that there's any municipal interest in remaining in that road allowance being maintained as such. So for that reason, we think it meets the requirements of the official plan, and our recommendation is that that road allowance be sold. There are some conditions that we've identified, such that including that an appraisal be obtained for that area, so you know the cost associated with it. That the applicant pay for the fees associated with it, and that they follow any standard processes that the municipality has for disposal of a municipal road allowance. So again, recommendation for this one is to approve it. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to do my best to answer those.
Okay, any questions from council?
Once again, Mr. Chair, Mayor Comrie,
Yep, go
my
ahead.
question is, yeah, this particular road allowance that's shown in red, it does, can I assume that it does not in fact go anywhere useful? It doesn't go back to Whitestone Lake, for example, or does it?
No, I think you can see from this other photo that it doesn't go anywhere useful. And even if it did, there's another access to it through Sackville Street or through the street to the south. So.
Okay. Thank you.
And Jamie, my question is, what about lot or number 8 on that photo? They access their property through 520, do they? So it's not gonna, this is not gonna impact what I see here as number 8.
I don't see it impacting them at all.
Well, the road allowance, yeah. They don't access their property at all through the road allowance. They must come in off 520. Is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like their
Okay,
driveway
thank
is
you.
right off 5.
That answers my question.
I think right here.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Hearing none, we'll move on to 5.1.5, which is a consent application for Anderson James / Hall Dan. And this is from a memorandum from the Perry Sound Area Planning Board. So I see Patrick Christie is on the call, I think. So
Counselor, I'm
Patrick,
here.
can you take us through this one?
I can. Would I be able to share my screen, please?
Well, we'll try to do it. We'll enable you to.
Okay.
That says recess.
Yeah.
No,
That's the wrong one. Bear with me.
you've been waiting too long to have a recess, Patrick.
Okay, can everyone see that now?
I can't yet.
Oh, sorry, bear with me just a moment.
I see a big recess on my computer. There,
There you go.
now I have it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So this application is by Jim Anderson, who owns the property on the Dubois Trail that fronts on Dubois Lake as shown here. The proposal, I'll just skip one more. The proposal is to grant a right-of-way over the Anderson lands here to the Hall lands on an access driveway here over Anderson and down part 5, which is an existing right-of-way to this Hall lands. And the reason for the proposal is that I believe there's a creek that runs through here. So the access that Hall's lot already has over Dubois Trail is not really accessible to where he wishes to build on his lot. If I go back one slide here, there's an existing access from 520, which I'm sure many of you are aware of, that goes down part of a road allowance over the Anderson lands to the Hall lot, and it's actually an existing access for water access lots. And the proposal is not to change any of that access, but just again to give an alternate route for the Hall driveway over Anderson. I hope that's clear.
Okay, any questions on this one?
Mr. Deputy Mayor,
Yep.
Councilor Woods.
I know you know the area very well, Brian. So go ahead.
I do. My question is, I mean, to put a driveway in and finish this section of road there on the access point, the deeded access point that I know the Hall property didn't have access rights to previously. That would cost probably as much as culverting the section that's already in for his access point to get up onto his property. To me, I don't understand the reason for this, to be honest with you. And like Deputy Mayor Lamb said, I do know the property extremely well, because I did own the property previously. And I was actually the one that corrected the problem that was missed when the Hall property, it's now Hall property, didn't have access. It was missed in the paperwork whenever everything was filed, years before I owned the Anderson property. Well, what's the Anderson property now? And it was my family that corrected it to ensure that the Hall property had their original access point like they were supposed to have off of Dubois Trail. As council knows, we've had inquiries, we'll say, from multiple other users of that access point that runs off of the 520 in regards to them being able to access their deeded rights on the Hall property. And I don't think it was Hall that owned it at the time. And there was also a question of some illegal sleeping cabins on the Hall property. I was just wondering if any of this has been addressed. And I thought as a municipality on the Anderson property, we gave a special consideration to allow for the building of a garage before a principal dwelling on that property. And I thought we had some conditions that nothing else would happen on the property or with the property until those conditions were met. So I don't know who wants to answer that or can answer those questions, but those are the questions that I've been asked and the ones that I had personally to ask. So thank you.
Okay, between Patrick and I don't know whether Paula has anything to add, but go ahead.
Well, I certainly don't know the property as well as Councillor Woods does. in my view, I just see it as the fact that Anderson owns the land over which the proposed right of way wants to be granted, and between Hall and Anderson, they've decided that this access is more appropriate than the current access. I can't really comment on any specific conditions that have been given to the Anderson lands. And I'm not sure if they would affect this application or not.
Okay, I think we have the applicant. Is it the applicant with
Yeah,
us?
James Anderson.
Yeah, pardon me?
James Anderson.
James Anderson is here, so if you speak into the mic, sir, thank you.
Yeah, one of the conditions that we had when we put my shop up was to build a house within 3 years or get a permit within 3 years. I have the permit now. I have the septic permit. So what I'm doing is I'm building a driveway from end of Dubois Trail, which will have to go to the ROW, which is existing, and then from there continue to the lakefront. So because I'm building my driveway, it was easier for Don Hall to come to me, and me and my wife decided to grant them deeded access through our driveway to the ROW to get to his Hall lands. So the reason why we're doing that, because I need to build my house and I need to get to the lake. So I'm putting in a driveway. So that's why we're doing it that way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what's been answered and what hasn't, Counselor Woods, but
Yeah, I didn't remember any of the restrictions that we had put on the property, and I completely understand why Mr. Anderson would want to put a driveway in. I was just questioning why we would grant access to a property that already has their access right at the corner of the property. So it looks like a real long way around for somebody to go in a straight line to me.
okay. Any other comments on this? Okay, if not, we'll, yeah, in this case, we're the commenting agency, I guess, right? The final decision on this will be made by the Perry Sound and Area Planning Board, which I happen to chair, so, anyway, and that, this, regardless of what we do, will be on the agenda this month, will it, Patrick? Unless for some reason we defer it or whatever.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I missed the question.
This is scheduled to be on the agenda this month at the Perry Sound and Area Planning Board?
Oh, it is, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no other questions. We'll move on to 5.1.6, which is the last planning item. This is a consent application from William Rotham Roberts. And again, another memorandum from the Perry Sound Area Planning Board. So I'll punt this one over to you, Patrick.
Okay, if I might be able to share my screen once again, or maybe I still can. Okay,
Yep.
can everyone see this now? Okay, so this application is on McDonald Drive at the corner of 520 as shown here. And the proposal is to allow the creation of one new lot as shown here, with an easement over it to the retained lands, and also a lot addition from this L shape to be added to an existing lot here. There's been a planning report memo from myself and also from the applicant's planner. The same. And the conditions, one of the conditions are that the subject lands be all rezoned to a commercial zone.
So we were like,
as a condition of this consent. Thank you.
Well, they're not gonna.
Then they got tired, they all got tired and cranky,
I
and
don't think so.
Carter just like, Carter, we saw a commercial for the Halloween haunt at Wonderland.
Well, that's the one. we give us.
Mr. Chair, your mic is open.
Probably not.
Your conversation's going over top of Patrick.
Like, Mom, tell him the Halloween plays again. So we've watched.
So somebody has their mic on, please
and
turn it
everything, like,
on.
Don't go on a Saturday. Everybody
Hello?
goes on a Saturday, go on a Friday or go on a Sunday, but
Hello?
that's hard to do.
Someone has their mic on. Please shut it off. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Patrick. You had finished?
I had, Mr. Deputy Chair, did you hear, what I had to
It's
say?
right now, it's on.
Hello, please turn your microphone off. I don't know who it is, but. Okay, thank you. Any questions on this? Okay, hearing none. Oh,
Sorry,
Counselor Bray.
To you, Deputy Mayor, Patrick, I'm looking at the diagram, that shows, so the easement is on, I would gather like the north end, and that's, so I'm just trying to see there, this was in red, is that the new lot?
Through you, Deputy Chair, to Councillor Bray, there is a new lot here with the easement going over it, and it is to the north. And there's also a lot addition here to the south to the benefiting lots. The easement goes over the severed lot 1 to the proposed retained lands.
Okay, thanks. And so it's sort of an, it surrounds so the benefiting lot, what is that? Sorry, this diagram's a little tricky for me to understand.
The benefiting lot is an existing lot that will have the L shape to the south added to it.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, hello?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Comrie.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
guess I think I understand what they're trying to do, but I don't understand why. It's not clear to me. I'm assuming that Mr. Roberts in fact owns the retained lot, and the thing that is the piece that is identified as severed lot 1. But there's also part of this is to rezone it to commercial, and so I guess I'm curious to know what the intent is here, because that goes and the intent to zone it commercial is a Whitestone matter, not a planning board matter. But it seems to me that if we agree to to this thing, that we're also agreeing to to a rezoning, and I'm not, in the future we're going to end up dealing with the rezoning, and without knowing what the intent of it is, I'm not sure how we can proceed with that. Is there anyone on the call that can speak to this, or?
Do you want to speak to it, Larry? Like, go to the mic if you can. Larry Watkinson is here. You can hardly wait to get out on the snowmobile trails in a couple months, so, anyway, go ahead, Larry.
Hi, I'm Larry Watkinson. I can't speak on behalf of Will Roberts for all of it, but I'm the benefiting lot owner, and the parcel behind me and beside me would benefit me for additional storage and parking. And I'm in full support of this whole thing, so.
Okay. But I think the mayor's question is, do you know what Will is going to, again, the municipality would pass any rezoning. I take it, Patrick, that's not the planning board, that's the municipality, right? So in the future, I think the question, yeah, I think the mayor doesn't want to necessarily make that decision at this point, right? Regardless of whether he, gets a lot separation or whatever, the rezoning is a separate item that will come back. Is that correct? And I guess the question, Larry, do you know what Will's intention is with the lot to be zoned commercial?
I don't know his exact intention for the other two, but that the part around me, I explained that part, but I
Yeah,
don't know his, and I'm not sure if his planner's online or he is.
I don't see them. Is either Will's planner or Will on the line? I don't see them here, so.
Okay, I can't speak on what he intends to do with his because I'd be guessing.
Okay. Patrick, talk about the rezoning to commercial. Like that's a separate decision that Mr. Roberts would have to bring back to council and tell us his intentions and we would decide. Is that not correct?
It is, Mr. Deputy Chair, and I have seen a rezoning application that has gone to, I believe has gone to, Whitestone, has been filed, I believe.
Paula,
it
have we
is,
received an application for rezoning? Just hold on a second.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, okay, so there is a rezoning in the works. I don't know whether that helps, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question would be of the applicant whether, because as you say correctly, the dealing with the rezoning is a separate matter, but if we were to, when we deal with that rezoning application, if we were to put certain restrictions on the kinds of activities that could take place there and they were not suitable to the applicant, then my question is, would he want to go through with this whole thing? If you read his planner's application, they are trying to make the whole thing a package, right? So that the implication, I'm concerned that when the rezoning comes back for discussion by the municipality, and then the applicant and his planner are going to argue, well, we presented the whole package to you in the beginning, and we've gone ahead and transferred some property to Mr. Watkinson and so on. That's great, but now we can't do what we want with the commercial property. So that's my only concern. I don't want to make sure that the applicant doesn't walk away with the conclusion that he's got the whole package, and when in fact it's going to be dealt with separately.
I don't know that there's any urgency to this of whether it's this month or next month. Is there, Larry, or no?
Everything takes forever, so it's
Welcome to government. So I don't know whether we're better to maybe defer this decision, and then would the rezoning, well, you can't rezone if you don't own the lot, like it's the cart before the horse, right? So next month,
Mr. Deputy Chair,
we can't pass a rezoning until the first part goes through. Is that not correct? So I think we should maybe deal with this today. And I mean, the planner knows, that he knows the rules, and I'm sure Mr. Roberts does too, right? Like the rezoning may or may not go through. We'll see what happens when it comes. So I suggest we go through with it, but anyway. I mean, he takes that risk, Mr. Mayor, I guess.
Patrick was trying to had his hand up, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see it. Okay, go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I just
You're
wanted
muted.
to say, that if council does feel that it is a cart before the horse, you could I guess support the rezoning ahead of time and the consent after. It is possible.
Well, I mean, I guess our question is, do we defer this and therefore not talk about it at the planning board? Again, you know my feeling on it, but I think we should go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I
Yeah,
could
go
say something.
ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you. Again, this is a property in an area that I know very well because I spent quite a bit of time right there. To me, the rezone, I mean, anytime that I've been on council that we've allowed a rezone to commercial, we've always put restrictions on it. I think I don't think we've ever seen one recently that happened where they got the full list of commercial uses on a commercial rezone. But I can say that this end of the town, you know, kind of end of the road 520, to me, when I first came up here, this would be the spot where we would allow commercial. Right? We would definitely, it suits this spot. It really does. Mr. Watkinson's land there, it would definitely benefit him as a local business owner with his business ventures. And this would almost be the end of town where if someone was going to open a store or something, right, you would want to rezone this area for this type of development. I think it suits. And I know, Mr. Mayor, I know what you're saying. I get it. And I know we've never given the full list of commercial uses. So I don't understand. I don't know. To me, this makes sense.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Okay, we'll now reconvene into a regular council meeting. So I'd ask someone to approve the following, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone reconvenes into a regular council meeting at 12:40 p.m. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Bray moves. Seconder.
Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods seconds. All those in favor? Opposed, if any?
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, there's that one. I don't know where I'm keeping those. Okay, we'll now deal with the various items that we've just discussed, and we'll go one by one. The first one is 5.1, the planning matter, the overview of the new provincial planning statement that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information memorandum from MHBC planners dated September the 27th, 2024 in regards to an overview of the new provincial planning statement 2024. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move, Mr. Chair. Mayor Comrie.
Mayor Comrie moves, seconder. Councillor Bray. All these planning matters, we have a recorded vote, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please. Do you need it? Do you need this? Okay. Okay.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Nash, are you on the line?
I am abstain.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried.
That one. Okay, next one is 5.1.2. Application to purchase and close the Shore Road Allowance 1035481 Ontario Limited, Barry, Steve, and Beatrice. Whereas the application has been submitted by 1035481 Ontario Limited, Barry, Steve, and Beatrice for the closing and acquisition of a shore road allowance fronting lots 27 and 28, concession 4 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. And therefore, MHBC planners have provided a report dated October 15th, 2024. And whereas there is no official plan, conflicts, environmental concerns, or planning issues with respect to this application, Now therefore let it be resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone approves in principle the closure and acquisition of the Shore Road allowance fronting lots 27 and 28, concession 4 in the geographic township of Mackenzie as applied for by 1035481 Ontario Limited, Barry, Steve, and Beatrice, subject to, number 1, practices, procedures, and fees of the municipality for closing of the Shore Road allowance. I need a mover and seconder. Someone?
I'll move, Mr. Chair, George.
Yeah,
Mayor Conley.
Mayor Comrie moves, seconder. Da, 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 da. Someone gonna second this? Counselor Bray seconds. Okay, we'll call the roll. And any discussion on this, by the way? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the roll, please.
Counselor Nash,
Abstain.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried.
Okay, 5.1.3. Application, I'll read the motion. Application to purchase and close the municipal road allowance LUTs. Megan at AL. Whereas an application has been submitted by Amanda Hunter, Trevor Lutz, Megan Lutz, Victoria Lutz, and Jeffrey Lutz for the closing and acquisition of part of the municipal road legally described as the road allowance between concession 8 and concession B, Township of Hagerman, between Whitestone Lake, and road allowance between lot 48 and lot 49, concession B, Township of Hagerman, Whitestone, PIN number 52088-1207. And whereas MHBC have provided a report dated October the 15th, 2024, now let it be resolved that the council of the municipality does not approve the closure and acquisition of part of the municipal road allowance legally described as the road allowance between concession 8 and concession B, Township of Hagerman, between Whitestone Lake, and road allowance between lot 48 and 49, concession B in the Township of Hagerman, Whitestone, PIN 52088-20 or 1207 as applied for by Amanda Hunter, Trevor Lutz, Megan Lutz, Victoria Lutz, and Jeffrey Lutz. I guess as I read this, do we not generally put our motions in the positive as opposed to the negative?
Yeah.
Like this says we're going to turn it down. I think maybe we should use the motion that says we're going to approve it, and then if we defeat it, then it
I
achieves
do
the
believe
same
that that
thing.
is proper process.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
don't think we should do that one. Unfortunately, I gotta read it again, so. Government. Okay, we'll try this one. 5.1.3, application to purchase and close of municipal road allowance, Lutz, Megan et al. Whereas an application has been submitted by Amanda Hunt, Trevor Lutz, Megan Lutz, Victoria Lutz, and Jeffrey Lutz for the closing and acquisition of part of the municipal road allowance legally described as road allowance between concession 8 and concession B, Township of Hagerman, between Whitestone Lake and road allowance between lot 48 and 49, concession B, Township of Hagerman, Whitestone, PIN number 52088-1207. And whereas MHBC planners have provided a report dated October 15, 2024, now let it be resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone approves in principle the closure and acquisition of part of the municipal road allowance legally described as the road allowance between concession 8 and concession B, Township of Hagerman, between Whitestone Lake, and road allowance between lot 48 and 49, concession B, Township of Hagerman, Whitestone, PIN 52088-20 07 as applied for by Amanda Hunt, Trevor Lutz, Megan Lutz, Victoria Lutz, and Jeffrey Lutz, subject to the following: that all practices, policies, and procedures of the municipality be followed for closing municipal road allowance, including notification of adjoining property owners. 2, that the newly acquired road allowance be merged with Lot 52B, Township of Hagerman, Whitestone, PIN 5208-034 or 74, and be rezoned to waterfront 1, WF1 zone. And 3, that the payment of all municipal legal fees, municipal planning, consulting fees, and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. I need a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Counselor Woods.
Seconder. Someone?
Mr.
Mayor
Chair,
Comrie,
Mayor
second.
Comrie, I will second, so that we can have the motion on the floor and defeat it.
Yeah, that's, I think, was the sentiment of the people
Yeah.
that spoke anyway. So, yeah, by defeating this, we're not selling the road allowance. So, any other discussion on this? If not, I'll have the clerk call the question, please.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
No.
Counselor Bray,
No.
Counselor Nash,
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
No.
That motion is defeated.
Okay, thank you. Next is 5.1.4, application to purchase and close the municipal road allowance. Jennings, Susan, and Johnson Randy, whereas an application has been submitted by Susan Jennings and Randy Johnson for the closing and acquisition of part of the municipal road legally described as Gerald Street, Plan 53, Whitestone, PIN 5208-0610. And whereas MHBC planners have provided a report dated October 15th, 2024, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves in principle the closure and acquisition of part of the municipal road allowance legally described as Gerald Street, Plan 53, Whitestone, PIN 5208-0610, as applied for by Susan Jennings and Randy Johnson, is subject to the following. Number 1, that closure of the part of the municipal road allowance requested does not remove access from any adjoining lands. Number 2, that all practices, policies, and procedures of the municipality be followed for closing of the municipal road allowance, including information of including notification of adjoining property owner. Number 3, that the payment of all municipal legal fees, municipal planning, consulting fees, and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. Do I need a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move,
I will-
Counselor
I will-
Woods.
Counselor Woods moves, seconder.
I will second, Mr. Chair, Mayor
Counselor,
Comrie.
or Mayor Comrie seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll have the question voted on, please.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes, in favor?
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Abstain.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
We have 2 more to go, and then we'll call a lunch break. 5.1.5, consent application number 3624 W. Anderson James / Hall Dan. Whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Prairie Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B36/2024 W. Anderson, James, and Patterson, Susan, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends the consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. Number one, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And number two, that the payment of all municipal legal fees, municipal planning, consulting fees, and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. So I need a mover and a seconder.
I'll move,
Counselor.
Counselor Woods.
Okay, Counselor Bray seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question to be voted on.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Abstain.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried.
Okay, and the last one is 5.1.6, consent application number 33/2024 W. Roberts William Rotham. Whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B33/2024 W dash 1000213875 Ontario Inc. Roberts William Rotham, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends that consent application for approval in principle subject to the following conditions. Number one, that the payment of all parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. Number two, that the new lot receive 911 addressing from the municipality. Number three, that the newly created lot be rezoned from rural residential zone to a commercial C1 exception zone to allow a 10-meter wide easement to the retained lands. Number four, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound and Area Planning Board. And number five, the payment of all applicable legal fees, municipal planning, consulting fees, and all other fees associated with processing of this application be paid. I need a mover and a seconder.
I'll move, Counselor Woods.
Seconder. Counselor Bray seconds. Yeah, this, yeah. Any discussion on this? Any further
Through you,
discussion, I should say.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Councillor
go ahead,
Nash.
Counselor Nash.
Thank you. I just had a real quick question. This is one of the ones I did want to speak to. However, I was away there for a little bit. I was just wondering if there's any reason, and I brought this up on other files, so it's just a question. But I take privacy of people very seriously, I'll call it. So I was just wondering on page 72 of our agenda package why we have, I don't think we normally see it on other applications, but we see the application as part of our package with the applicant name, email address, mailing address, and all of that information, and even a on page 78, 79, and 77 and 79, land transfer taxes on the seller of the property and money's changing hands. And I'm just wondering why all that information isn't redacted from the file. It's not in regards to a yes or no on the overall project, but I think just we have to be really careful in including things that isn't redacted when there's personal information being shown, especially when it talks about, you know, money changing hands and things like that. So just a note, I think, just going forward, we have to be really, really careful on that. I know I've brought it up numerous times before. So that's really just my my comment. And I I really like the fact that the applicant has taken out the time to engage a planner to do a planning report on it. And I really encourage anybody applying for things like this or who may be listening to the call to do that going forward. I think it really helps myself as a counselor, but helps hopefully other counselors get all the background information on the applicant side and how they justify it. And I think that's really good information for us to always have. So those are my only comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to attempt to answer your question on the information. Patrick is still on the line. Is the application, because this is an application put to the Parry Sound Planning Board, is this
I'm gonna have
application
fire
a
tonight.
public document?
Holy crackers, that's cool. It is submitted to the Parry Sound Planning Board, Mr. Chair, and I forward it along to the municipality. I believe if it was to be part of public record, then that information should be removed, the personal information.
Okay.
I certainly don't include the application with those with that information included in my agenda package.
When you send it to the, when we debate it at the area planning board, right? This information wouldn't be in.
I do not.
Or it would be redacted, as Councillor Nash says.
If it was to be included, it should be redacted, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers your question, Councillor Nash.
Yeah. No, it doesn't.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this? Okay, I'll call the question, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried.
Okay, it's now 1 p.m. or 12:59. I'm going to suggest that maybe we reconvene into regular. Did we reconvene into regular? I guess we did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no public meeting, so the next is the consent agenda that we'll pick up after lunch. So I'm suggesting we have, what do we need, 20 minutes lunch, or do we need more than that? Okay, how about 20 after 1, we reconvene, or that area? Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll halt the video for now and see you in 20 minutes or so. Okay. My mic test is on. Just hold on. Okay, everyone's in. Okay, thank you. We'll carry on at 1:26 p.m. So the next item is the consent agenda, and I need a mover and seconder for the following motion.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'll get the motion, so. I need a mover and seconder. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1 council and committee meeting minutes, 7.11 regular council meeting minutes of June the 18th, 2024, 7.1.2 regular council meeting minutes of July the 16th, 2024, 7.1.3 regular council minutes of September 17th, 2024, 7.1.4 special council meeting minutes of September 19th, 2024, 7.1.5 special council meeting minutes of September 30th, 2024, 7.1.6 memorandum council meeting minutes, number 7.1.7 Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting minutes of July the 8th, 2024, 7.2 unfinished business listed on page 5 to 7 of the agenda. Now therefore let it be resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council minutes. 7.1, council and committee meeting minutes. 7.1.1, regular council meeting minutes of June 18th, 2024. 7.1.2, regular council meeting minutes of July the 16th, 2024. 7.1.3, regular council meeting minutes of September 17th, 2024. 7.1.4, special council meeting minutes of September 19th, 2024. 7.1.5, special council meeting minutes of September 30th, 2024, and that the council of the municipality Wrightstone receives for information 7.1.6 memorandum council meeting minutes, 7.1.6 Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting minutes of July the 8th, 2024, 7.2 unfinished business listed on page 6 to 7 of the agenda. One of these say 6 to 7 and one says 5 to 7. So I guess this should be 5 to 7. Yeah, I'll change that to 5. Okay, I need a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Bray moves, seconder. Anyone want to second it? Is the mayor on or not? Okay. Councillor Woods or Councillor Nash, are you there?
Yes, the mayor is on. I can second it, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, any discussion? All those
If I
in
might-
favor,
sorry, if I might,
oh,
through
sorry,
you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair,
Nash?
Councillor Nash, I just had one question. I was just a little confused, just for policy reasons. I know what we're approving is mostly meeting minutes, but 7.1.6 is a memorandum. And I'm wondering now why that wouldn't be under business matters, on why the memorandum would just be in regards to be put in under meeting minutes and not as its own separate item. So I'm not sure if staff could elaborate on why that's being done that way.
Can you, Wendy will comment on it, Councillor Nash.
I can speak to that, although it's not my memorandum. I do know why it's there. We are approving minutes from June 18th and July 16th. Both of those were brought back to staff to research because there were questions about the contents of those minutes. Because they're on the agenda to be approved, the memorandum explains the issues that were brought up. If that answers your question, Councillor Nash?
I think it does. What it was in regards to, just in case people don't have it in front of them, it's page 169. I just need some glasses here. And it was in regards to a matter back on June the 18th, where the mayor didn't step down in regards to a motion he brought forward, when our procedural bylaw says that you should step down as chair if you're going to bring a motion. And I noticed that there's discussion from our integrity commissioner. And I'm just going to read it. Whether the mayor stepped down or not is not a resolution or decision. The question is whether it is a proceeding. If there was a request that the mayor step down and he refused, I think that would be a proceeding. The fact that he did not step down does not seem to be a proceeding. If there was a seconder, he may have stepped down, but without a seconder, if I understand your explanation of the bylaw below, there was nothing to step down from. I think not recording it is fine, but ultimately it's council's decision the way they go to approve the minutes. So, and then the next one is about Zoom call. Item 2, a member of council requested the reference to a member attending a meeting via Zoom video conferencing be removed from the meeting minutes discussion. On this matter, staff reached out to a number of other municipalities. The vast majority indicated that this is a normal notation in any meeting minutes, both council and committee. It aligns with providing accurate information to both the public. And then it goes on to say, Whitestone staff have also been noted in meeting minutes if a member is audio only. It is challenging for the clerk department to know if indeed a member continues to be at the meeting or if they are not on video. So I guess a couple things to this. I think via Zoom, it's easy. If somebody goes off a call, the person reviewing the call would see that somebody stepped off the call. But at the same time, in our procedural bylaw that we just passed, it was Councillor Woods, I believe, and Councillor Nash that said that council members should attend in person when possible, and it should only be no more than 3 meetings in a row. And the two of us got outvoted on that motion, and it was said that people can attend meetings via Zoom or via phone call as often as council members want to, because we have to treat everybody the same. So that part was brought up, but just like the mayor's notation, like in not wanting to chair a meeting, our procedural bylaw clearly states without note and without comment. I bring this up before, and basically the way I read the discussion on item 2, it could be suggested that voting via Zoom remains an acceptable notation in meeting minutes for transparency. However, the removal of reference to audio only could be removed going forward, right? So I think my request does say that going forward, audio only should be removed. And noting if somebody's on a meeting via Zoom or not is adding in comments from the person taking notes. And we have in our procedural bylaw, which I've quoted before, it says without note or without comment. And right now, the question was put to Tony Fleming, and his guidance is as follows. If council wants to change this process, they need to vote on, it says, if council wants to change this process, they need to vote on that when the minutes are brought to council for approval. A single member of council cannot direct you to change your practices. That takes a majority in open session. But the problem is here is that's not what a procedural bylaw says. Our procedural bylaw says without note or comment. So it shouldn't be done in the first place. So it shouldn't require a note of council to change the practice. It should be following our procedural bylaw, which is without note or comment. So going forward on that item, I would again ask staff to follow the procedural bylaw when it says without note or comment. And if somebody's present, they're present. Doesn't mean if they're via Zoom or via audio only. They're present, they're present. That's without note or comment. And if we don't need to record that the mayor didn't step down, again, that's without note or comment. We just can't pick and choose or cherry pick when we put notes and comments in or not. So those are my
Councillor Nash,
comments.
can you
back on
kind
that.
of wrap it up here?
Yeah,
You've got
no,
a
those
red
are-
card here.
Those are my notes and comments on that. It's
Well, if
just,
you need another
keep-
15 seconds, that's okay.
Yeah,
But
I keep bringing it up, but I keep seeing that sometimes we use notes and comments, and sometimes we don't. It depends on the individual, it depends on the item. So I just think we really have to follow our procedures,
Okay.
period. And that's it. We've wasted
Okay,
a lot of
thank
time.
you.
Thank
Any
you.
other discussion on this?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Councillor Nash is correct that he keeps bringing this up. And I think he is somehow hoping that if he keeps bringing it up and bringing it up and bringing it up, that somehow or other staff will be intimidated into changing the process. The reality of it is, I am totally satisfied with the notations that the clerk has made, which are helpful to anyone reading the minutes and are accurate, and they're doing the best they can to deal with the situation where some people are in person and some people are physically present, some people are present via Zoom,
Deputy
And
Mayor,
we
I'm
have
gonna
people
cut-
on Zoom.
I'm
Don't
gonna
interrupt.
I'm gonna cut the mayor off.
The
I'm
mayor
gonna
has
cut the mayor off
floor,
under
please.
rules of procedure because I've just been defamed, saying I was intimidating staff. I ask for the mayor to retract that statement, and we immediately vote on if I have been insulted by the mayor for saying I was intimidating by bringing something up that the staff had written about. I have the right to stop the meeting right now and ask for that vote to take place. I can read out the section yet again in the procedural bylaw when the mayor steps out of order and starts to insult myself as a council member when I have the right to speak and say I'm intimidating staff by simply giving my prerogative to a staff report, which is asking them to simply follow the guidelines. So could I ask for that vote to be taken, Mr. Chair? Do I need to let you know which part?
Yeah, well, I guess when I heard it, I thought it was going a little far and unnecessary, but I guess we could have a vote if that's
Mr.
what
Chair,
the
in the interest of
procedures say, but
expediency, Mr. Chair,
just hold on a second. I have the floor here, Counselor, or Mayor Comrie. Wendy, you wanted to say something?
Counselor Nash, are you asking for a point of privilege?
So under points of procedure, a member may raise a point of procedure order with the chair at any time, whereupon the chair will interrupt the matter upon consideration, ask the member raising the point of procedure order to state the substance and basis of the point of procedure order. That's what I'm doing. And then rule on the point of order immediately without debate by council. And under point of privilege, it is a member may raise a point of privilege with the chair at any time if they consider their integrity, the integrity of council, a member of staff, or a member of the public has been impunged. Once a point of privilege is recognized by the chair will interrupt the matter under consideration, ask the member raising the point of privilege to state the substance, and rule of the point of privilege immediately without debate by council. So that's what I'm asking. I'm asking that the chair rule on my point of privilege without debate at this time, as I felt that I had the integrity spoken about when the mayor said I was intimidating staff by speaking about an item on the agenda and just asking that we follow procedure. So that's what I'm asking for, that I felt the mayor has done that, and I'm asking for that to be ruled on.
So based on that, am I to rule on it, or does that go to a vote of council?
Oh, you're sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're to rule on, or sorry, Mr. Chair, you're to rule on it. It says rule on the point of privilege immediately.
Okay, I will rule on it. I think the comment about it, and I think the actual words were attempting to intimidate staff. But based on that, I don't think that's proper decorum here. So I will rule that in favor of Councillor Nash.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and then we can carry on with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash's point is a point of privilege, not a point of order. But regardless, in the interest of not spending all afternoon on this, I will withdraw my remark. But I would like to finish what I was trying to say, which is that if, in order to prevent this from happening meeting after meeting, I would like to bring a motion to a future meeting of council, and I so give notice of that motion, that we will that we will approve, the council will approve the level of notation that has been the habit of our clerk for some time. And if necessary, we will amend the procedure bylaw to enshrine that so that it's permitted, and then we won't have this discussion again. That's my principal objection. If you
yeah, and that's fair ball, and you would have to, of course, get a hold of our CAO and put this on the agenda, as all of us would. So
I'll bring it to another meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else on this?
If I might, just one more thing through you, Councillor Lamb, or sorry, Chair Lamb. just
Yeah.
in response to that, it would have to be a motion to reconsider the procedural bylaw. So it'd have to go through that stringent policy changing to reconsider the procedural bylaw, Mr. Mayor, who's asking for it to be done.
Okay,
So-
that's for a future
Thank you.
meeting. So let's
thank you.
carry on with, unless there's any other further discussion. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hand or indicate so. This is the motion, I think, to approve all the meetings and whatever that are read out. All those
Counselor
in
Nash,
favor?
yes.
You're in favor? Who
Oh,
else? I
Counselor
haven't heard
Nash,
from
yes.
anyone. Counselor Nash?
Counselor Nash.
Hello, I haven't heard from everyone.
Counselor Nash, yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I heard you. Counselor Woods, you okay?
Counselor Woods, yes.
And Mayor Comrie?
Yes, I'm in
Okay,
favor.
thank you. That's passed. Thank you. Okay, next is, there's no matters arising out of the consent agenda, so the next one is the accounts payable. So we'll do this. Accounts payable, the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $377,200.74 for the period ending September 30th, 2024. I need a mover and seconder, please.
Counselor Woods, I'll move.
I'll
Seconder?
second it, Counselor Nash.
Counselor Nash. Okay, any questions on the accounts payable? And Manish has joined us, so he is in the room. I have one, if I can, I usually go last, I guess, as the chair, but if no one else has one, I have one, which is the very first entry, 8.1. I'm sure I missed something here. Fred Dean, $508 for admin training experience workshop. What did I miss? Did I miss a workshop?
I can speak to that, Deputy Mayor,
Yeah.
through you. Paula and I went to a seminar on parliamentary procedure.
Oh,
And
okay.
the person leading this seminar was Fred Dean, so that's why you see his name.
Oh, yeah, I know Fred from way back, but okay, that, and it was on parliamentary procedure? Okay, good. You learn a lot?
Yes,
Good,
thank you.
okay. Okay, thank you. I have no other question. Anyone else have any questions on the accounts payable?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, Counselor Nash.
Yes,
Thank you.
go ahead.
On page 181 of 512, it's Cedar Signs. And there's some invoices here, it looks like, for sign safety, York landfill, Ald's landfill, boat launches. I won't get into the landfills, but I just wanted to tell the works manager or mention to staff that I've gotten a few phone calls and some appreciation for, I believe, some signs that were put out at Bolger at the boat launch. So it did go noticed in a good way that we'd gone out there and put out some signs. And I think I'd said it in a previous council meeting, possibly, or I exchanged an email with the works manager, that some additional signs were put along the bunny trail. So for that, I appreciate that staff have done those things. These are little expenses, but they do go seen by the municipality. And I just wanted to pass on the thank you that I had received from a couple ratepayers. That was
Thank
all.
you, Councillor Nash. Public Works Manager Creaser is with us in the room, so we heard it. Any other questions on the accounts payable? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please so indicate.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. That's passed. Thank you. Okay, what's next here? Okay, staff reports. Let me catch up with all my paper here. Okay, the first report is report PLN 2024-4, a request for proposal, RFP 2024-09, official plan, 5-year review and comprehensive zoning bylaw update. These, I think, are a couple of quotations, quite detailed on our official plan, which is starting pretty soon and carrying through 2025 and hopefully not too far into 2026. So who's going to speak to this? Anyone? Paula? Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Put it a little closer, Paula,
Can
if
you
you
hear me
can.
now?
Yeah.
On August 9th, the municipality released its RFP and it was sent to 7 planning consultant firms. They were invited to submit a proposal. The municipality received 2 proposals back. And you'll notice on page 3 of 4 of my report, the breakdown of the costs.
Okay. Again, these are quite comprehensive. But anyway, discussion. I'm sure people will have some comments on this. So I'll open the
Through
floor.
you,
Who wants to go first?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Thank you. You probably guessed I'd be right on this one. But so a couple things, and I hope I don't take the whole 5 minutes here, but I guess a question to our planning assistant first. Do you
Sorry,
know who
Councillor
the
Nash, can I just
7
interrupt for a second? I do not believe we have a mover and a seconder for this motion.
Oh, sorry. Where's the motion? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I'll read the motion. Report PLN 2024-04, request for proposal RFP 2024-09, official plan, 5-year review and comprehensive zoning bylaw updates that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information. PLN 2024-04, RFP 2024-09, official plan, 5-year review and comprehensive zoning bylaw update. Excuse me. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone provide direction in respect of either awarding the contract or giving consideration to having presentations made to Council by the proponents. I need a mover and seconder, please.
I can move that, Councillor Nash.
And a seconder? Councillor Bray seconds. Okay. Discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Perfect, thank you. So I was going to ask first off, as I said, hopefully I don't take the full 5 minutes here, but just starting off with the planning assistant. Paula, do you know who the 7 companies were that were invited? I think it says that there were 7. I'm just wondering, we only got 2 back, so I'm wondering who the other 5 were and if there's any reasons as to why they weren't bidding it.
Through you, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, I will email you the various proponents that I sent the requests to.
Oh, could you say that again? Sorry.
She said she'll email you the other 5.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. And then I think just going forward, be it a planning tender or any tenders, it's always nice just for myself and maybe the public to know who was bidding it, just going forward. But so here's my my take on this item. So I know I said during some of the budget debates that we're going to have to put a lot of money aside for this. And I think the numbers have come in showing that, yes, there does have to be a lot of money put aside for this very important task in our municipality. And you know, we have a planner right now, which is MHBC. And we have 2 bids here from Richards and MHBC. And to me, I feel it's important if we have a planner to work with our planner on things like this, such as our zoning bylaw update, an official plan update. And I know I brought it up at one of the previous council meetings that I thought if we had a planning consultant on record and rates and everything, we might not have to go out for tender or go out for proposal. So it's a really hard decision for me here, and I'm wanting to say this in public because I want to be kind of very open and transparent about it. You know, I do think MHBC should do our work because they're our planner, but I think it's really hard at the same time when they're not the low bidder. And I can't help but notice that the zoning bylaw amendments, you know, I'm rounding big numbers here, but 36,000 for Richards versus MHBC at 65,000. That's, you know, almost 100% difference. I'm rounding big numbers, probably more like 80%, but a really big difference on the zoning bylaw update. So I don't know if we might want to go back to see why one number is so low and the other number is so high, because as I say, I think MHBC should do the work. I'm also a really big believer in municipal work to go to the low bidder. And in this case, the low bidder is not our planner. So I just wanted to bring it up to everybody that I really am in a conundrum here. And I think work should go to the low bidder, but I think we should have our planner do the work. So I feel that this should probably come back to another council meeting where we can discuss it a bit further instead of awarding it today. And I think we should get a little bit more backup information on why there's such a discrepancy between the two zoning numbers on the two bidders, and just see if there might have been a mistake on either part, on either bidder there, if that makes any sense. So those are my comments, but I appreciate the detailed tenders that we've gotten, and I really appreciate staff including the full proposals back to us. I think that means a lot when we see the entire information that's brought back, and writing a detailed report to us on what was included in it. So thank you for that, staff. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Other comments? Okay, well, if there aren't other comments, I'll comment. I guess my question would be in the request for proposal, is there anything in there that says we must take the lowest bid? Or what protections do we have that in here if we were, and because I agree with Councillor Nash that we should be using our own planner versus an outside group. You know, it's like getting your car repaired, then handing it back to the dealership and they'll say, I didn't do it, someone else did it. So, so anyway, is there some protection in the quote that was put out or the RFP? Does anyone know? Like, we don't have to take the lowest bidder, do we?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, no, we do not.
We don't, and we're protected that way. Okay.
Yes.
I guess and I agree with, again, what Councillor Nash says. I guess the problem with going back and saying, you know, if you look at the official plan also, MHBC, we're lower by, you know, nearly 20 grand from J.R. Richards on the official plan update. So, I mean, you know, you cherry pick and go back and say, well, 64, it was 36. Why wouldn't we go back to Richards too and say, well, you know, you were 85 versus 67, they may want to negotiate too, right? I think the area that we're in, it's been a fair process. 128,000, I think, is actually pretty reasonable. I thought that McKellar was paying a lot more than that to get their official plan done, but I'm not 100% sure, but I thought it was. Does anyone know what McKellar was paying or is paying? Okay, but I thought it was more. So I'm not sure you can kind of cherry pick, and I don't think you can say, you know, give one section to J.R. Richards and the other section to MHBC. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So anyway, those are generally my comments. I don't think that, in my opinion, that we need presentations from both of them. I think it might be a little unfair if we're really going to go with MHBC. If the comments are that, and that's what council wants, then I guess you could have both groups come in, but it might be a little unfair to Richards. I don't know. So, but I do think, of course, MHBC should be coming and, you know, filling the information in a little more. But anyway, those are my comments. So, Councillor Bray, did you have anything there? Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with both you and Councillor Nash in that I think that we should be using our planner. I think that's, I mean, we've trusted this planner for our planning items this year. So I think it's important that if they're going to be our planners, that they also help us through the official plan and the zoning bylaw updates. So I'd be in favor of MHBC.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not muted. I don't think,
Okay.
am I?
No, you're fine.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
I thought your lips were moving.
No. Well, they are now. Thank you. Where will I start? I guess I have some of the same concerns that have been expressed already about these two proposals. I will say this, both of the companies who bid can do a credible job of what we need. I think they have, the reason their proposals are different in certain areas is based on how they've divvied up the work between the different phases. And, you know, and that would probably account for, you know, one being high on the official plan itself and another being high on the zoning bylaw. I also think that they have minimized greatly the lake plan component of this, which is necessary in order to complete the lake specific sections of the official plan. So I think both of the numbers that are given are low, but they're sufficiently close. And I have questions, frankly, that I would like to ask them about a number of things, and I would really like to bring them back to a closed session and have them make presentations to us, to answer those questions. I mean, I understand the argument why you say, well, we already have a planner, we should give it to them. But I think we have to look at their capacity to do the work in the time frame we need, and who they're going to assign to the work, which they have covered in their proposals, and they're a bit different. So anyway, that's where I'm at. I am certainly not in the position to support the idea that we just pick somebody and say you've got the job, without them coming in and answering the questions, and maybe there is a possibility that they might, as a result of that, they might end up modifying the proposal. I didn't see anything in the proposal, and maybe I missed it when I was looking through them, but I didn't see anything that sort of says, well, if as we get into something, it turns out that it's more complicated or it's taking longer, what do we do, right? What about the extras that I mean, this is like a typical consulting assignment where you could have, it could end up that there's more work required than what they bid on, and sort of how that would be handled and that kind of thing. So anyway, that's my position. I think we should move on with it because it's a long piece of work, and the sort of Gantt charts that they provided for when how they're gonna complete it essentially in 2025 may turn out to be ambitious, because you'll notice that there are things in there that we have to do as a municipality and have to facilitate, and we can't necessarily turn on a dime for those sometimes. So meetings with ratepayer groups and all these other things that are part of it. So the process is going to take it's going to take perhaps longer than we think. And I suggest to you that we don't want it spilling into the 2026 election period. So we probably,
So Councillor or Mayor Comrie, why would it be enclosed? You say you want them back enclosed. Like, why wouldn't we be open and have them back and open?
well, we could do that. I just, when we, I mean, they, when we did our procurement for a planner that was going to do our planning work, we did it enclosed, and we did it because they might be disclosing information that they would consider to be confidential as a proponent.
I guess if we asked them that and they felt uncomfortable, we could always ask them to.
I mean, you'll notice that I saw in one proposal that it says, our rate information, or it says our proposal is confidential, right?
Yeah.
And what I believe staff did is they took out any rate information that would be related to what individual people are being charged for their time and so on, because that is generally accepted as being proprietary information and bidding on professional services.
Yeah, not to get into a debate here, but are you suggesting that both groups come back to the next council meeting? And is that or no, or just MHBC?
No, I'm suggesting they both come back. I'd like to hear what they both have to say, how they would both answer the questions, because some of them may answer differently.
Yeah, any other comments on this? It's a big exercise that we're looking at, I guess is my comment. And you're right, Mayor Comrie, you don't want this kicking into 2026, which is an election year. You're best to deal with it in 2025 as best you can. I just see, punting it down the road. I don't know. I've already said I think it's a little unfair to Richards, because I really think at the end of the day, unless there's some knockout punch, which I don't see coming, that we're going to end up with MHBC is the feeling of council. Councillor Woods, did you have anything on between the two groups to say or not?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. No, I was just actually more interested in how much money it says that on page 193 of 512, 2024 capital budget provides for the following: 20,000 for OP consultants and 5,000 for lake planning initiatives. Is that all the money that we have set aside as a municipality to do these reviews?
In this year, yes. In 2024, yes. But we're obviously going to have to put the majority of this, I would think, into 2025.
25, yeah.
Which is, along with everything else, going to be one heck of a year.
Yep. That's where I was going with that.
Okay, so what's the will of council? Is it to invite these two groups back and I guess question them next month? And I guess the clerk can make her mind up whether it should be an open or closed in consultation with the groups. But so we'll push it down the road, I guess, a month and go from there. So is that the desire of council? Or is it to affirm someone today and invite that group to come back? I don't know. So any comments on? Well, if there's no comments, we have a motion on the table, right? So, but it's to provide direction in respect of either awarding the contract or giving consideration to having presentations made to council by the proponents. So what do we want to do? Do we want to?
Chair, I've already said what I
want to have presentations.
I've already said what I want to do. I'm sorry, but I think.
Is there anyone else that wants to have presentations made to council by the proponents I guess, next month.
Through
Anyone else
you, Chair, it's Councillor Nash.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I do think everybody that spoke on this matter has made some good points. And I do think the mayor has made some good points in, you know, maybe there's a reason why, you know, one's high on one part and low on the other. And I do think, you know, that kind of goes in line with me saying maybe we should ask some more questions to clarify on the tender. And at the same time, I don't think we should, as you said, punt it down the road too far, because I think it's going to be a monumental task to be done in 2025. So with all that said, I do think it would make sense to bring them for a question period. I do think we could probably do most of it in open unless there's a question they don't want answered. But I do think we'd have to be really making sure if we do that, that we'd have to make a decision very quickly or at that meeting as not to lose too much time. I do think we put this out at the right time. I think we're getting good rates because of the time of year we've put it out. But I do agree we do have to make a decision fast, even if we need more information. So those are my comments on that.
Okay, so I'm going to change or finish the motion by the last paragraph reading that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone provide direction in respect of, I gotta do this right, provide direction and have presentations made to council by the proponents at a future council meeting. So that's what we will vote on.
Mr. Chair, it could be a special meeting too, just if you want. We don't have to.
Special meeting, still a council meeting, so.
I know,
it could
I'm
be.
just
Could
saying,
be.
it doesn't have to be a regular. my
Yeah, it could
purpose
be,
is to delay
it could be a
that's all.
Zoom meeting, right?
Exactly.
Where everyone, yeah. In fact, maybe that's what we should do to move it along, right?
Yeah.
I would be in favor of that, and we should be able to do that in the next week or two, I would think.
I'd be in favor of that too.
Yeah, okay, so we're voting on having the two of them come back at a future meeting to be called and presenting us. And I would think if council has any questions on each of them, that maybe they supply those questions to our CAO or to our deputy clerk so that maybe the groups can be prepared or answer them. So, okay, I'll call the question on that. Oh,
I was going to interrupt to say, because this is a planning matter, I believe it should be a recorded vote.
Okay, let's have a recorded vote on
you.
what we just discussed. Thank you.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried.
Okay. The next item is a motion, ask for a mover and seconder. Thank you. This is on the strategic plan. Report admin 9.2, report admin 2024-112 or 12. Municipality Whitestone strategic plan approved September 19th, 2023, 2024 update on action plans. But the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin 2024-12 Municipality of Whitestone strategic plan approved September 19th, 2023, 2024 update on action plans. I need a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Councillor Woods.
Seconder, please.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Comrie, okay. I think our CAO clerk made this report. She's not here, but is there any comments from staff on this?
I don't believe that staff have any further comments except
Okay.
or unless any councillors have questions about the particular items.
Okay, comments by or questions by councillors, please. Anything? Let me, strategic plan, yeah. Any comments? Okay, if not, I guess my comment is there's a lot that we wanted to achieve. And I don't know, my read is that we're behind schedule. And we are 2 years into our term. There's only 2 years left. And most people know politically, you don't start into a whole bunch of initiatives in the last year being 2026. Doesn't mean you can't, but usually people have done a lot of their work in the first 3 years. So we got to giddy up on a lot of these things, and I won't go through them in any detail, but certainly what's important in there is things like the official plan. That's a big exercise. The short-term rental bylaw item continues to be out there, and we need to address that. And there are a few other major initiatives in here that we need to look at and move along. And as people know, we're in our CAO is leaving at the end of the year, and we're in the midst of recruiting a new CAO, which sort of slows the process down a bit. But I think 2025 has to be really an action-oriented year to accomplish some of these things. There were a number of people and groups we were going to meet with. I remember the agricultural group we were going to meet with. That all seems to go by the wayside. And maybe our plans were a little ambitious, but because there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. But anyway, those are just my general comments. Any other comments? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Wood, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Okay,
yes.
that's passed. Thank you. The next one is item 9.3. Is this the one here? Oh, okay, sorry. 9.3. Need a mover and seconder. 9.3 report PW 2024-11 tender award for the removal and replacement of damaged guide rail and end treatments. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report PW 2024-11 tender award for the removal and replacement of damaged guide rails and end treatments for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby award the contract for the removal and replacement of damaged guardrail and end treatments to Centennial Contracting Limited in the amount of $105,300 plus HST. I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bray moves, seconder.
I'll second, Mr. Chair, Mayor Comrie.
Mayor Comrie seconds. Who's David or someone going to speak to this? Dave Creaser is here, our Public Works Manager.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. This request for tender was issued to address the budget items that we have identified for a couple locations for guide rail repair and replacement, including end treatments. That was identified in our biannual bridge study. Maple Island Road, crossing the Magnetawan River, located 1.1 kilometers north of Highway 520. And the second location is Farley's Road Bridge over Whitestone River, situated 3.2 kilometers west of Highway 124. Tender was advertised in the municipal website and placed on the Parry Sound North Star online newspaper. 4 potential bidders received tenders for this project. The total budget for the 2 locations was $110,000. Centennial Contracting Limited came in under budget at $107,153.28 adjusted bid amount, including HST. It's recommended that Centennial Construction Limited be awarded the replacement of guide rail and end treatments. The tender was put out to address the the recommendations put forward. And in that, we also included some other items that may come up or that are existing in the municipality. Some of the items included our flexible guide rail systems. And there's also newer systems for end treatments that are available through the transportation design guidelines. And of those systems, we were looking for the best system to serve the municipality at reasonable pricing. So we did offer up several different options to see if we get back the see what the pricings were. We did have some information, and we had a pretty good idea of what would come back at low cost, and they were pretty competitive. So there does give the municipality some options going forward with the types of end treatments being in place. That will update the guide rail systems to the current standards for these desired locations. There was also an item at the end that the contractor could provide alternatives, suggestions, but they have to meet the standards set out in the transportation design guidelines. So there was a fair bit of information that was collected here, and we did come under budget, and we would like to move ahead with this budget item. Thank you.
Okay. Questions or comments by council members? Nothing? Okay,
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Nash.
okay, Councillor Nash, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Dave, thanks for putting this report together and sending the tenders out. I guess just on a couple things of what you just mentioned there. Once we do this guardrail work, like on these, I'll call it 2 locations and a few other locations throughout, will we have to do any more guardrail work in the next year or 2, or is this to kind of bring us up to a few outdated locations, and after this is done, we won't need to do any more guardrail work except for, which might be an accident damage or snowplow damage or where, just, I think you know where I'm going on it, right? That's my first question. So I don't know if you can answer that first.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So Whitestone is not any different than any other municipality. We are working towards becoming compliant with design standards that are continually moving. So we are working in a fashion that's within our resources that are available to us to update our standards. There's many locations where our guide rail systems could be updated. We are not any different than, let's say, Durham, who is also in the same situation, but with many, many, many more guide rail systems that they're looking to update. So this is our part of our plan to work towards compliance, but it is going to be an ongoing need in the municipality. And as you stated there, there is there's times when we have to respond to when there's damage done to our guide rail systems as well. So there will be some guide rail work that will be proposed to council in the coming years. We'll try and moderate it. I know we're taking a big kick at the can this year with these locations, but there will be some need for it on an ongoing basis to try and update and become compliant. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think it does. That's what I thought. We're trying to get up to steam on a few items. So thanks, Dave, for that. I do have a couple more questions. So I guess I noticed when I read your report, it's spoken about one tender was incomplete, and I know there was an addendum put out. But I guess what I'm wondering is when I see on what page is it here? I need my glasses on. page 346 on the attachment 1, which it says Centennial's been written there. And their number came in at 105,300, which is what you've referenced in your report. I'm just wondering how the math added up to 105,300. And it looks like there are some quantities on the addendum. There were 8, and then they're crossed off or highlighted and says 1. So just when I look at this, and I guess it comes back to what I said earlier today about the tendering process. And yes, I think we should award to the low bidder always. But I noticed we only got 2 tenders here, and I always think we should get as many as we can. And I guess, in a long story short, a couple things. I think if we were able to postpone this until the spring and tender this in the middle of the winter, we'd get some probably better pricing when people are trying to gear up to secure work for next year, and maybe would get more than 2 bids. We might get 4 or 5 bids. But with that said, I notice on this bid, the low bidder, Centennial, we don't have the unit rates for the second bidder, so I can only compare it to the one page here. But there was no unit rate included for item number 4, which is replacing the square wood behind the guardrails, or item number 7. So I'd say, in my opinion, this would be incomplete because those numbers aren't there for work that might need to be done. So I would like to see, as a counselor, for this to come back in the new year with completed tender forms for everybody, because there are missing. But also, the biggest thing I have here is I don't see how it added up to 105,300. And I was doing a whole bunch of math on here. I got close to it. I got 108,300 if I took item number 1 and item number 8, because I assumed item number 3 was not used because the alternative was cheaper at 7,500. But if that's what it's done, it's to 108,300. So I guess my question, Dave, is how was the 105,300 added up on this tender form that makes it a complete tender? If you can answer that, and then subsequent to that, it's really a comment I have for council that I think we should defer. So if you can just answer how the 105,300 is arrived at on that form of tender, and if there's 2 items missing, items 4 and 7, is it a completed tender form?
Go ahead, Dave.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. In the tender, it specified that item 1 with a quantity of 120 is required to be added up with item 3, 8 units, and then item 8. And then those 3 items were required to be submitted to make a complete tender.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense.
That's the way the math worked. So in the tender, it prescribed those 3 items, items 1, 3, and 8 be put together to give an item or a final total. So that's where the numbers it came out.
So sorry, Dave. So that makes total sense, but I guess this is where, and I work with numbers, I'm not the best at them these days, but if I do the extensions, the 120 at 215 unit rate, that comes up to 25,800. If I do item number 3, 8 of them,
yes,
at 9,000, that's 72,000. And then item number 8, if I do 11 of them at 7,500, that's 82,500. That adds up to 180,300, not 105,300. That's why I'm
so I guess the
wondering
number
how
didn't
the
come
100
through clearly. Number 8 is just a single unit.
So, well, it's been crossed off, but on the addendum, it clearly shows it's 11. They had to look up the addendum, right? So if you look at the addendum that was sent out to all the bidders, it says quantity of 11. It doesn't say quantity of 1. I'm assuming you probably have the addendum with you. So if we're asking people to bid on 11, that's the number we should be using when we're comparing tenders, right? Not crossing it off and putting one there now, right? And that's why I think it should go back out. I think there's just too much uncertainty. And if I take the 72,000, I guess, plus the 28,000, I think that's what you're saying, and then add the unit one of the last one. So if I take, I'm doing some quick 25,800, and I take 72,000, that's a quantity of 8. And then I add to that, you're saying item number 8 is just 7,500. I get a total of 105,000. So I don't get 105,300. That's why I was saying there's a math error in their form of tender, right? So if I'm correct, and I just wanted to make sure everybody understands what I'm doing from what you've said, Dave. Item number 1, 120 linear meters at 215 a linear meter. That's 25,800. I then take item number 3, which is quantity of 8. But it looks like that's been scratched off. It says 1, but we'll say it's 8. That's 8 at $9,000. That's 72,000. And then 1 for item number 8, not 11 quantity. That's 7,500. That's how you get to you get to 105,300, right? So you're right?
What do we do?
But on our addendum, we have quantities of 11. So I'm not sure why they've been X'd out on their bid form and shown as 1. And if that's the case, I don't think our form of tender was correct, and we should send it back out to tender to make sure we're
Councillor
getting.
Nash, you're kind of getting red carded here.
Okay.
Through you,
I
Mr.
think it's
Mayor, if I
important.
may, in the addendum that was put out, there was really, I have in front of me now, there is no number for number 8. There was no number identified. So each of the 2 bidders just put a single unit in for that to give us that number. So when they put in the unit, as they were specified in the tender, item 1, item 3, and item 8 gave you that number of 103. And you can see the contractor actually came up with that number as specified in the tender. It's here. And when I talked to our consulting engineer, the estimated cost, they figured it would be last year's cost was over $8,000 for this unit price for the number 3, which is the end treatment of 9,000. So it's pretty close to what they thought it would be. It may come back slightly cheaper in the spring. It may come back slightly more in the spring. But that's the will of council, which direction you want to go. With the guide rail tender, this could, going forward, we could get better at putting the numbers out. We were looking for as much information as we could on the different types of guide rail systems. And we want to go with obviously the most economical that's compliant going forward. So we were searching for more information when we did put this tender out. Going forward, it could be clearer now that we have more information. We haven't put out one of these in some time, so I do have more information now to move forward with another tender. The third tender that was incomplete, there was no numbers given for any of the units except an hourly rate. That was the only one item which was an hourly rate, so it was incomplete. They didn't complete.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Thank you, Dave, for all of that. I appreciate all of that. Thank you, Dave. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions from members of council? So through all the math, we're under budget a bit, right? You have 110 in there. And this is 105. And if you're not, what do you recommend? You're not recommending that we re-tender this, are you, Dave, or you are?
I am recommending that we move forward with it. The questions that were raised by Councilor Nash are all reasonable questions and they're fair. This could have been a clearer tender, and moving forward, we will attempt to get to that end. there was a lot of information put in here in an attempt to get some better numbers out of our contractors. So it is recommended that we do move forward. I do believe these numbers are competitive. And the completion date is December 13th annually. So
Okay. Any other comments? If not, I'm going to call the question, please.
Can we have a recorded vote on this, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
please?
we
Or
sure can.
Mr. Deputy Mayor? Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Just for the dollar value.
Yeah, thank you.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
that motion is carried.
Okay, good. Okay, let me see what's next here. 9.4, the property tax registration. So I need a mover and seconder of the following. Property tax registration / tax sale that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information report FIN 2024-12 property tax sale report balanced over 5,000 as of January 31st, 2024, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby assign Real Tax, one of the leading tax recovery specialists in Ontario, to recover municipal property tax, and that staff continue to update council with semi-annual arrears reports. Need a mover and seconder?
I'll move, Mr. Chair. Mayor Comrie.
Mayor Comrie, seconder?
I'll second Counselor Woods.
Okay. I take it this is you, Manish. Are you going to speak to it?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yeah.
So there was total 15 properties considered to be we are doing for a tax sale. They are in totaling 171,000. So we're planning to assign to Real Tax for collection of this unpaid taxes. Thank you.
So Manish, just for clarity, before a Real Tax, who was doing all this work?
We used to assign our lawyer.
So is there a cost offset? This costs what, $5,000, right? What
Yeah.
were we spending on the old process through lawyers?
We used to charge back the lawyer, then it will be charged back to the taxpayer account. Like when you have each property went for a tax sale, that charged back to our property owners.
Okay, so this 5,000, it's also going to be charged back.
Yes, true.
So it's cost neutral. That's what I'm getting at. Is that true?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Other comments on this from members of council? Councilor Bray?
Yeah, I would just like to have that clarified, that this Real Tax company, they only charge $5,000 for doing this? Like, I don't see that in here. I see the $5,000 I see is the collection is properties over 5,000. So I don't see where we have an idea of what
The cost is through you.
10% went to, oh no, sorry. Go
Through
ahead.
you, Deputy Mayor. The cost will be around 2,600 to 3,500. The cost really varies from client to client. It's depend how many people on the title holder. If the people are like 5 people on the title holder, they have to send 5 different communication to different people. The cost will vary depending on how many interested party on the particular title and how many people are registered on that particular property. So that varies depending on, it will be between 2,600 to 3,500 approximately. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yep,
Or
go
Chair.
ahead, Councilor Nash.
Thank you. Councillor Bray just had one of the exact questions I had. I have several questions on this, but again, I just want to confirm, going off what Councillor Bray just said there. When I read this, I read that there is 17 properties with the balance owing of over $5,000. So with that said, when I go to page 2 of the report, I see that it says the total cost of the tax sale process. So I'm guessing if it was to go to a tax sale on the 15 properties, it would range between $2,600 and $3,500. I believe the question Councillor Bray was asking was, how much is real tax going to charge us? I think they're just a collection agency would be my guess. How much does real tax charge us if they recover $171,000 in tax areas? How much are they going to take of that fee? And if that's the question, Councillor Bray, you're asking, great. If not, I'm asking that. Manish, can you answer that question to start?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. The fee schedule for is the each individual step by step it charges. For example, if we are sending a first initial notice, the cost will be around $550. So as soon as we send that documentation, if the taxpayer pay that amount, we will charge only that particular amount at that point of time. If the tax ratepayer doesn't pay that, then there will be a tax registration part 1 fee will be around $525. Then afterwards, part 2 will be around $250. So this will be like every stage they will be charging and the notice will be sent. The clear idea, I can't give you an exact amount because ratepayer maybe pay everything before it reached the final stages.
Yeah, so thank you, Manish. I think that's what Councillor Bray was asking. So the $2,600 to $3,500, that's if we took them to tax sale, whereas this is an ongoing fee that real tax is going to be charging us. So I think that's important in a report to bring back to us. I think this should come back with all the fees and charges that could be charged to us. And with that said, here's the rest of my comments on this. So why would we use real tax when we could just hire a collection agency? And again, going to one source, I think all these types of things, we got to put out to tender, have companies bid on these things. You know, time and time I say the same thing to many different council members, staff, the general public. You know, we got to be very transparent. If we're going to put it out, let's put it out and have people bid on it. I think it's just a collection agency. And I guess out of the 15 properties, you know, I think it used to be, and I could be corrected by Councillor Lamb or Mayor, but I think it used to be after 3 or 5 years, not on a $5,000 figure. If somebody hadn't paid their taxes in 5 years, it might go to collection. I'm sure there's many properties out there now that on a yearly fee, their taxes may be over $5,000. So this $5,000 limit that we're using here, how much are the areas? Do they range from 1 year to 10 years? Do you have that information? I think that's important for us to see, Manish. Like it just says over $5,000. Well, you might have somebody that hasn't paid this year and owes $8,000, and all of a sudden they're going to get a notice about this real tax and registration on their property, right? So are we changing it from a number of years to just be 5,000? And if that's the case, again, how many are in areas 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? Do you have that information for council?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. The tax area, this is all properties to eligible for tax sale, and exactly we have a 15 property over 5,000. They're considered for a tax sale as of now. Because of the value of the property, it varies from each category. So as per January 2024, so 15 properties are eligible on over 5,000, they are eligible for tax sale. And once we started the procedure for tax sale, once the tax area certification has been registered, we have 1 year from there, the ratepayer can pay the balance in full. Otherwise, that will go for an auction. Then after the procedure will continue on that. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Manisha. Sorry if I'm taking too long here, Mr. Mayor, but I hope you, or Mr. Deputy Mayor, I hope you'll allow me. But how many of those tax Aries properties over 5,000, Manisha, are from 1 year ago, from 2 years ago? I understand it's over 5,000, but have they not paid their taxes for 5 years, 10 years, 2 years? That's what I'm asking. Do you have that information? Not the 5,000 on how long it is. And I guess I'll add one more part to that. These properties that you say are from January, there's 15 of them. When's the last time we sent them a registered letter saying you're in Aries over $5,000, your property may be subject to a tax sale? When's the last time we notified them via registered mail of their delinquency, and not just via regular mail, but registered mail?
We haven't sent anybody a registered mail. Before we sending this documentation to real tax, we are going to send all the 15 property owner a registered mail. There is an outstanding balance of this much you are owing on a property. If you are not paying that, we are assigning this to a third party collection agency. That has not been sent as of now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So just in closing, I myself would oppose this, because I don't think we should do a collection agency, and I think we have to do our due diligence. I think we need much more information as council to make an informed decision. I'd really like to know how many people are delinquent 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, how much of the 171,000 is made up of each of those numbers. And then trying to get staff, we have both a treasurer and a deputy treasurer, to work with the taxpayer on getting a response, send out registered letters, see what we can do on our own without costing us money when we have salaried employees to do it. And if we were to send it out to a collection agency, I think we have to put that out for tender first. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Other members of council comments? Okay, so I'll comment. Again, I'm coming back to, and I understand what Councillor Nash is getting at, and all that information, I guess if council desires it, I guess can be made to them, right? You know, all the information of 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, whatever. But this $5,000 that we're proposing in this motion is not costing them, or am I wrong? It's not costing the municipality $5,000. It's all going to be spread to all the other properties, is it not? Or is this truly a $5,000 charge that the taxpayer is going to have to pay?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, that 5,000 that's in this is people who owe over $5,000 in tax. That's not what it's costing us. What it will cost
is the 2,600 and whatever? No.
Well, that's if it goes to sale process, and that's not the individual thing. So the first one, the notice would go out, there'd be then a second one, and there'd be a charge to that. There'd be a third one, a charge to that. And those charges, I understand, are being placed back onto the property.
That's right.
Is that correct? So that will increase the amount of money that they owe.
Yes. So and they vary from 2,675 to 3,500 depending on the
No,
action.
that's if we go to the sale process. The other process is leading up to it. The 150 and the 250 is leading up to it. Is that, am I correct?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, this agency collection ratio is like only if you have a 10 property, out of that one property go for a sale. So the final rule, thumb rule is here. They're in more experience and expert on the collection industry. On that basis, if you put a 10 property with this agency, the chances of a collection, it going for a sale, is only one property out of 10. So we have around 15 properties. So it may ended up will be one property ended up a sale. So for that particular one property, it may be costing 3,500. I'm talking here.
My experience on council is they take it to the last day or week or month and they pay it, and then we go back to the scratch, right? That's reality, so.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments by Mayor Comrie?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Some of the questions that I'm hearing belie a sort of lack of understanding of the process itself, which we haven't had a presentation to council on this for a while. We did, I can remember some, but we are constrained by statute to some extent. For example, we cannot initiate a tax sale regardless of the amount that's owing until it's been outstanding for, it used to be 3 years and now it's 2 years. And some municipalities will modify that, but that's the quickest that you can do it. However, you have to keep in mind, we have to keep in mind that you know, as soon as somebody misses a tax payment, it starts to accrue interest. And all that interest and any of the other charges that we incur in an attempt to collect it will get added to the amount that the taxpayer owes. So in the example that Councillor Lem is referring to, where the person hasn't paid taxes for, I don't know, it's probably 10 years, and they walk up the day before the tax sale closes and they pay us, what are they paying? They're paying all of the taxes that they didn't pay when they should have paid it, plus all of the interest and any penalties that have accrued on those taxes over the period of time that they didn't pay it, plus any of the expenses that we incurred to try to collect it, including any lawyers that we paid to send letters or collection agencies or anything like this. So this is not really, what we're spending here is we're not buying a new service that the taxpayers have to fund. We are simply trying to find a way to make it more efficient by using a collection agency that deals specifically with the collection of property taxes and understands the rules in the process and how you have to follow it. So that's what this is about, and I see no reason to delay it or bring it back or do anything. It's not like this is a whole new thing that's going to cost the taxpayers a bunch of money.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Comrie. Manish, what's the interest rate that we charge?
It will be 1.25% every monthly.
1.35?
1.25
1.25, so that's 15% a year.
approximately.
Hey, that's a good deal. We should be getting more of these.
Yeah, that's been already
Taxpayers getting 15% on our money.
through you, Deputy Mayor. All the properties in the areas, they already charge monthly interest 1.25. It's been charged.
Wow.
Thank you.
That's the only thing we can make money on for the taxpayer. So anyway, we should discourage, no, I'm only kidding. We should discourage them from paying. No, I'm only kidding. Okay, I'm gonna call question on this unless someone else has anything to say. Okay,
Do you mind if I ask one more quick question, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
If you can, Councillor Nash,
Yeah.
make it quick if you can.
So, yeah, I will. Thank you. And I think the mayor just said something here. So I believe of what the mayor said, if I'm understanding correct, would all of these eligible tax sale properties, Manish, with a balance of over $5,000 be at least 3 years past due if I'm putting all the pieces together? That it's a minimum of 3 years and a minimum of $5,000?
This is as per the tax sale rule. They are outstanding by January 1st, 2024, because right now we are in the month of only 2 months left. If we proceed, we are delaying that, then it is going to carry for the next year. So that will be more taxpayer will be coming under the radar at that point of time.
No, but I think, Nish, what he's saying is the 15 properties, they
Right.
have been in arrears for 2 years or 3 years before the process even starts. The mayor said it was 3 and it went down to 2.
2.
So it's 2. So at
Right.
least 2 years, Councillor Nash.
Yeah. So is that correct, Manish? It's at least 2 years? It's not just that they haven't paid since December 31st, 2023. It's that they haven't paid for at least 24 months. Am I correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure on that one. Thank you. That's why I asked if you'd allow me to
Okay.
ask the question.
We're going to call the question on this and move on.
Could I get a recorded vote, Mr.
Sure
Deputy
can,
Mayor?
yep.
Thank you.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
No.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried.
Okay. We're now finished with staff reports. We're now going into a bunch of bylaws here. Yeah, we can have a 5-minute break. It's 2 to 3. We'll come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. 3:02. Okay, we've got a bunch of bylaws here that we have to pass, so.
Mr.
Can't hear
Chair,
you on
your
Zoom,
mic-
Deputy.
Thank you.
Okay, that better? Okay, we have a bunch of bylaws here that we have to debate and resolve. So the first one is 10.1. And I need a mover and seconder for the following. 10.1, that the bylaw number 52-2024 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a memorandum of understanding for prescribed snowmobile trail land use permission with the Dynamic Snow Riders Club is hereby passed this 15th day of October, 2024. I think this was debated at a previous council meeting, was it not? And I wasn't here in the morning, so is there anyone that wants to say anything on this or no?
Before we do, can we have a look?
Yeah, I guess we should. Yeah, that would help. I need a mover and seconder, please. Counselor Bray moves, seconder.
I'll second Counselor Wood.
Counselor Wood second. So anyway, is there an explanation to this? Because as I missed that morning, so.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, at the September 19th council meeting, Bill McNeese, who's the president of the Dynamic Snow Riders, who also represented Ramadog Snow Riders and Carling Trailblazers. He made a delegation regarding a request from the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs. The request was for all snowmobile clubs in Ontario to review their land use permits or the memoranda of understanding to ensure that every landowner in their network is covered by the $15 million liability insurance offered to landowners through the OFSC policy. Once the MOU is executed, a certificate of insurance will show Whitestone as an additional insured on the policy. It will be provided to the municipality in due course.
Thank you, Paula, for that explanation. Any comments from council? We have several of these, I think, for 3 clubs, I think. So, okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed,
Counselor
if
Wood,
any?
yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
That passes. Thank you. The next one is 10.2. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, 10.2, that bylaw number 53, 2024, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a memorandum of understanding for prescribed snowmobile trail land use permission with the Cramadog Snow Riders is hereby passed this 15th day of October 2024. A mover and a seconder, please.
I can move that,
Counselor Nash
Counselor
moves,
Nash.
seconder.
I'll second, Counselor Woods.
Counselor Woods seconds. Any debate or discussion? All those
I
in
have
favor?
one question.
Oh,
if I
sorry,
might,
Counselor Nash, yeah.
Yep. I was on mute the last time, so I didn't get my question out in time. I think this is great that these are all being updated and we're going to be shown as additional insured. So I'm all in favor of all of these. I was just wondering what the time limit is on these. Are these like a 10-year, 5-year, 15-year in perpetuity? I'm just wondering, perpetuity, I'm just wondering how long these agreements are in place for.
Unlimited. Through you, Deputy Mayor.
What was the
There's no
answer?
deadline. There's no deadline.
So it's forever,
Yes.
okay? Any other questions? Call the
that was it.
question. All those in favor?
Mayor Comrie in favor.
Opposed, if
Counselor
any?
Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, that passes. And I think the next one is, this is 10.3, I guess, yep. Same one, but for Carling. So that the bylaw, 10.3, that bylaw number 54, 2024, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a memorandum of understanding for prescribed snowmobile trail land use permission with the Carling Trailblazers is hereby passed this 15th day of October 2024. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move, Counselor Woods.
Seconder,
I
I'll
can
second.
second Counselor Nash.
Counselor Nash seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate.
Counselor Woods,
Counselor
yes.
Nash, yes.
Good.
Yes.
That passes. Thank you. Next one is 10.4. Okay, I need a mover and seconder for 10.4, that bylaw number 55, 2024, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval of consent, B21/2024 W, Gory, Carol, Marjorie, is hereby passed this 15th day of October 2024. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move,
Counselor
Mr.
Bray moves, seconder.
Mayor Comrie.
Mayor Comrie seconds. I know this has been an ongoing file for some time. Paula, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. This severance application came before council on September 19th. It went to the Perry Sound Plan Board where they granted the creation of 3 new rural lots fronting on Quinn Road, which was applied by Carol Gory. And there was a various requirements involved. And one of them was a section 5126, where the applicants had to enter in an agreement to include the recognition of private access on the road for the 3 lots. On May 21st, a bylaw was passed in regards to the consent agreement. The said matter came back to council on June 13th, as the Perry Sound Planning Board informed council that the severed lot could not be easily accessed by a driveway. Therefore, the owners of 57 and 59 Quinn Road granted a right-of-way over their sections of Quinn Road to Carol Gory. At that time, the consent agreement had to be reviewed and amended to include the recognition of parts 5 and 8 on Plan 22421. Sorry. The consent agreement has been prepared by the municipality and was reviewed by the applicant's solicitor, Terry Fraser. He provided the following comment in regards to the additional parts, which were not on a plan 42R 22421, but on a on parts 5 and 8 on 42R 9831. These parts were not shown on the new plan as Carol Gorey did not own them. Carol Gorey obtained the right-of-way over 57 and 59 Quinn Road titles to facilitate better access to most of the westerly of the severed lots. The next step is to pass the bylaw in regards to the section 5126.
Okay, any questions or comments by council member?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor
Yeah.
Nash.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Paula, just a quick question. What we're passing today is the wording of the 5126 consent agreement. And I see a consent agreement on page 379. And that lasts for 3 pages. That's the one that we're passing. And then what about the second one on 380? That's the bylaw. So I guess my question is, in reading it, I'm not sure what the consent agreement is for. It just says, and whereas, like, can you just kind of explain it again? What we're doing on this, just so I understand it fully. I think I got lost in the translation a little bit when I'm reading it. That's all.
It was to add the right-of-way over 57 and 59 Quinn Road. So 57 and 59 Quinn Road is parts 5 and 8 on plan 42R 9831.
Right, so that's kind of where we say, whereas the owner obtained approval from the Perry Sound Area Planning Board and read notes about the file and the right-of-way, and then it says, and whereas the condition of approval requires the owner to enter into an amendment to the consent agreement to add the right-of-way, right? That's kind of what we're approving? Okay. I just thought it might have been under the numbers. That's where I was confusing. Thanks, Paula. You've answered my questions. And the question I always ask, you've already answered, in that the applicant has no issues with the agreement. So thank you for checking on that.
Okay, any other comments? Since this is a planning matter, it should be a recorded vote. So I'll ask for a recorded vote on it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, next we have 10.5. Thank you. 10.5, the bylaw number 56, 2024, being a bylaw to authorize the signing of a municipal funding agreement for the transfer of funds under the Canada Community Building Fund between the municipality of Whitestone and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, is hereby passed this 15th day of October, 2024. I need a mover and seconder, please. Mayor Comrie moves. Second is Councillor Bray. Is someone going to speak to this?
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. This is a funding agreement for previously known as a gas tax. Now it is coming through AMO. So there's a reason they need a bylaw to sign this agreement. It's a new for this year. Thank you.
Is this to get the gas tax? you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
Just then, okay, we want the gas tax. So
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you. That's the end of bylaws. We now go into business matters. 11.1 is a memorandum, and I need a motion here. Business matters, 11.1, memorandum office or municipal office and landfill sites, holiday schedule 2024. that the council for the municipality of Whitestone receives for information memorandum dash municipal office and landfill sites holiday schedule 2024. Need a mover and seconder?
I'll move, Counselor Woods.
Seconder? Counselor Bray? Okay, I think everyone has the holiday schedule in front of them. Any questions or comments on this? The only comment I always ask at this time of year, sorry to not go last, is other than the statutory days, the other days are made up by vacation time or like the whole staff just doesn't get off the whole time with full pay, right?
Through you, Mr. Deputy. Oh, I'm sorry, Manish.
One in.
You go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. Yes, they're getting, they had used the vacation time or the loo time for the time they're taking off other than the stat holiday. Thank you.
Okay. We have loo time, do we? We have loo time?
Some of them, sometimes they have, 1 hour, 2 hour.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, 1 or 2 hours, okay. Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, if not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Mayor
Opposed, if
Conley,
any?
yes.
None? That passes. Thank you. All right. 11.2 memorandum. This will take a little longer, maybe. 11.2 memorandum for community support, sport. 11.2, and need a mover and seconder. Memorandum options for community sport and recreation infrastructure fund, CFRIF. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information memorandum options for community sport and recreation infrastructure fund, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone requests staff to submit a grant application for the community sport and recreation infrastructure fund for the Dunchurch Community Center. The grant funds will be allocated to extend the lifespan of the existing community sport and recreation space at the Dunchurch Community Center and to enhance local programming and accessibility features to better meet community needs. I need a mover and seconder, please.
I can move that, Counselor Nash.
Seconder?
I'll second, Counselor Woods.
Okay, any comments from staff on this or no? Anyone?
Through you,
David?
Deputy Mayor.
Yep.
This memorandum was prepared jointly with the deputy clerk and myself. We're hoping to put together a competitive grant application, and we're looking for support from the council, members of council, to pursue the Dunchurch Community Center revitalization activities. And in these activities, it would be lumped together into a single project. For the grant application, the criteria, we did spell out some examples of what projects could include or exemptions, examples of eligible costs were provided for fixed equipment and technology costs, construction and renovation costs. Some ineligible expenses could be capital costs, taxes, costs incurred by canceled projects. Some of the items that of note of ineligible projects would include vehicles, such as a Zamboni for the Dundome, or construction of new facilities. We did look at what interest groups do use the community center as a recreational hub. And we believe that this building continues to see more and more utilization over the years, and we would hope to provide more access to our community members and interest groups, including new interest groups that may want to take on the use of the building. So we hope that council would support this. The fund is $200 million, which is not a lot of money when you spread it out to how many people are eligible. Is eligible applicants or municipalities, local service boards, not-for-profit organization, indigenous communities, and is province-wide. So it's going to be a very, very competitive fund. The minimum amount you can spend on a total project is $150,000. When nowadays it doesn't take very long to start adding up to that amount, but all these expenses that we've identified in here, and we're open to more suggestions from council if they have them, would account for $150,000 worth of work or more. We don't have specific numbers, but looking at it closely, we can prioritize our work with direction from council.
So what's the 150? That's what
That's the minimum amount of
that
the-
we have to ask for.
yes, of the project.
Oh, okay. And just for clarification for everyone, what you want to do at the community hall is all the stuff on page 413, which is window replacement, front entrance door replacement, flooring replacement. Are these all going to be part of the application?
Yes, this was what we have proposed by staff. Deputy Clerk and I have come up with some of these items that would help
Okay.
to revitalize the.
So just for the public, ladies, bathroom door replacement for accessibility, automatic door openers on the washrooms for accessibility, siding replacement, concrete work along the outside of the building.
Along the back side of the building, there's some concrete that's moved, including the steps leading out to the back door. Could use some work.
Okay. And you're going to staff's going to put this application together. When's the deadline?
It is on the front here. It's the 29th of October.
What about, I know we've been talking forever about audio video equipment. Or video equipment? We have audio. Could video equipment be added to that?
I understand it can be, yes.
So why don't we add it?
Excellent suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah. I think we've done a lot of work on that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so.
Through you, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Thanks, Dave and Wendy. Thank you very much for putting this together. Any grant we can get, I think, is great. So put your magic to it and see what we can get is my first comment. But is the grant, when I see eligible expenses, development costs up to 20% of the grant, that's on page 412. So for this grant, is it a full 100% grant, or do we have to spend 80% of the cost? I just want to make sure I'm understanding it right. I thought it was a 100% grant, but I just want to make sure.
No.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, on page 412, 3/4 way down the page, funding amount terms. The maximum funding you can apply for is $1 million. The minimum funding you can amount for a single project is $150,000. So that's the amount of the project. Municipalities can request 50% of eligible costs. So we would have to pony up 50%. And
yeah, okay.
And further to that, to make a competitive application, we have to show financial capacity, show that Whitestone has a financial capacity and commitment to this project as well.
Okay, no, perfect. I wasn't sure if it was the 50%, 100 or 20, so 50%. So I know the Deputy Mayor said or mentioned about the audio video or the video equipment, which is a great idea to add. I think in one of our things there was an additional 1 or 2 umbrellas or benches at the beach that we might want to think about. And I think there's been some talk about some swings, and I think if there's any work to be done at the rink, I think somebody had mentioned glass in the past, that all these things might be good. And one last thing to think about, if there's any fencing that needs to go up around the perimeter of the facilities. I don't know if we have fencing up on the east property limit there now, where we've done the property extension. So those are just some of the additional items I'm thinking of, but I'll leave it up to staff to come up with the final list. And I wish us luck and thank you for noticing this and putting your minds into it. And hopefully we are successful. Thank you.
Dave, is it one project being the community center, or can we start to expand down to the, no, they're shaking their heads here, Counselor Nash. I don't think you can head to the Dun Dome and to the fence and over to the, that sort of thing. So I think the concentration, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, would be the community center.
It would be, from our understanding with our meeting with the representative, our representative for the grant application, one location would need to have, and you can use multiple expenses to make a project. Like, let's say for this building, many expenses could be encapsulated into one project.
I know if you apply for a new floor in here, Councillor Wood should be elated because he never liked it from the day it went in. Isn't that right, Councillor Wood?
If you need any help whatsoever on picking a floor, Dave, please call me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Mayor
Okay.
Conley, yes.
That passes. Thank you. Okay, 11.3. Need a mover and seconder for the following. 11.3, memorandum appointment to the Community Emergency Management Program Committee. That the council of the Municipality Whitestone receives for information memorandum - appointment to the Community Emergency Management Program Committee, and that the following position as identified and described in the Whitestone Emergency Plan is hereby appointed to the Community Emergency Management Program Committee. Incident Command, in brackets, Fire Chief Bob Whitman. I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bray moves, seconder. Someone?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mayor Comrie seconds. Discussion? Anyone gonna discuss this or? Okay. This is adding
Yes.
our fire chief to the committee that is an active committee. And I think that's simply it, isn't it? And he should be there. And
It is just to correct I think what was perhaps an oversight in the naming of the individual, of the composition of the committee when it was originally formed.
okay. Any other discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed,
Mayor
if
Conley,
any?
in favor?
That carries.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay. 11.4, Alds Road Bridge. Need a mover and seconder. 11.4, Alds Road Bridge Capital Project information requested by Councillor Scott Nash, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information Alds Road Bridge Capital Project information. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move, Councillor Woods.
Okay,
I'll
seconder.
second Counselor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds that we're receiving this for information. This has been discussed at a couple of council meetings. I guess about the costs increasing on this project. So I know we're in midstream and nothing has been decided, and it's sort of an ongoing sort of project. So is there anything you want to say, Councillor Nash, on this?
If I might, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess just for the public to know, this has been something that I felt was important to get out to the public. As I've done with many other projects, I think it's important to show the public costs when we can, even if they're ongoing. So first off, I'd like to thank Dave for meeting with myself and, as it turns out, Councillor Woods about a week or 2 weeks ago, just to have a quick look at the site. I know it's an ongoing thing, so thank you, Dave, for making the time to do that. So with that being said, the reason I'd asked for this is we had a budget of about 200 or 250,000. And at one time, I think I might have mentioned, I thought the Alds Road had come in at 600,000. I was actually speaking of the sidewalk that was 600 grand, not Alds Road Bridge. Alds Road Bridge has come in about, I'm rounding big numbers, but it's about 400,000, so much more. And the report was dated January 29th, but during our budget, we didn't really talk about the increased cost. So I thought it was important to get it out for all of council. I had seen it, and as it's noted here, I had done a Freedom of Information request through myself, and I paid some money to do that. But I just wanted to let everybody know, but this is what my request was, because I knew there was some talk earlier today about this shouldn't be on the agenda, and trying to get it on the agenda seemed to be a little tricky. And as we all know, councillors do have the right to put items onto an agenda. So I had simply asked this. I'd said, I would please formally ask that the information that I was provided in my FOI request related to the Alds Road Bridge be included in the next council agenda, October 15th. As you are aware, as for the procedural bylaw, a councillor may request to have an item placed on the agenda. The reason that I would like this information on the agenda is that this will help inform all council members and the public of the possible financial impacts of the bridge works in the coming years and the work and reports that have been completed to date. It will also help indicate how the monetary value of the Alds Road Bridge is possible much greater than what has been shown in the budget for 2024 for this capital item. I'm not expecting and wanting a staff report or anything like that. It is just the information that I received be included in the agenda. And then just a simple resolution that would note the council has received the information for review. And then I just made a closing remark. Please let me know if you would like me to provide a resolution for this. So then I had to ask a couple times. It ended up getting put on, which is great. It was simply here for information so that everybody can see it, right? And I think we all have a right, and all ratepayers have a right to see all this information. It's really important to us. And part of the reason I did, just again so the public understands, an FOI request for this is when I've asked for information in the past on some other projects, it has been said that they're ongoing, such as a sidewalk, and the information shouldn't be shared with others. So under Freedom of Information, you're able to get a little bit more. That's why I've asked for it, just to get it out there so we can all see it. We can all see it for next year and going forward. And we can all work together, and hopefully, the engineers will come up with an approved design, and there may be some consultations or comments from others, but there'll be something that'll come in and will be done when it needs to be done. And as has been said by the works manager, it's great to have some jobs that are shovel ready if need to be, so that if funding becomes available somewhere, there's something that can be brought forward. So that's why. The only question, or the only comment I have, just in closing here, and I think it's important to say, is when I read my email that is sent to the staff on my request for this item to be on, it's important to me that I was asking for this. I didn't ask for my Freedom of Information request to be
Councillor Nash,
included.
you're kind of past the red card
Okay,
stage,
I'm
so
just
if you could wrap it
closing
up,
here.
please.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up in 30 seconds. But I do have concerns that under 11.4 in the agenda, it talks about my FOI requests and talks about what I'd requested. It's there. The public sees that it's there now. I just asked for the reports to be included. And again, Dave, thank you very, very much for meeting with me. It was a great meeting. Now that we all have the information, we can move on. And I think whenever we have information like this going forward, it would be great for us to get it as soon as we can as councillors and the public, just so we have it in front of us. So thank you again for
Okay,
having it
thank
in the
you.
agenda.
Any other comments on this? We're just receiving it for information. So this will, if it comes back to us as a project in 2025, it will come back with more information, more recommendations. I can say I guess, you know, I reacted to wanting it to be on the agenda a month or two ago because the figure that was thrown out there, I guess, in air was $625,000, which really alarmed me. 382, although it's, you know, 150 or so more than what we initially thought, isn't as alarming. So, but anyway, it's out there, we've received it. So with that, unless there's any other comments, I will call the question to receive this report. All those in favor?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, can I say
Oh,
something real
sorry,
quick?
Councillor Woods, go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, through you. I'd just like to say thanks to Dave. I did have the opportunity, like Councillor Nash said, I bumped into them over at Alts Road, and Dave explained some things. We had a good conversation, and I think those types of meetings with council members and a staff member can prove to become very productive. And I think we should all take advantage of those situations when we can. And just thanks again, Dave. I think you're doing a good job for us.
Okay.
Yeah, and could I ask
Thank
for a
you very much,
recorded
Councillor
vote,
Woods.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, who's this? Councillor Nash?
Councillor Nash.
Make it brief if you can, Scott, please.
Oh, no, just a recorded vote on it. That was all.
Oh, record, oh, I thought you were going to talk again.
No,
Okay,
no, I'm done.
Okay, a recorded vote on this, please. This is just to receive it.
Thank you, Counselor. Pardon me, Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
No,
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, that finishes our business matters. Okay. Yeah, we're moving on. The Roma conference, excuse me. Okay. Sorry, we have one more. 11.5, the Roma Conference 2025 registration information. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone authorizes the following members of council and staff to attend the 2025 Roma Conference. When is it? January 19 to 21. We have council meeting in there, don't we? Isn't that the same? Sorry.
that would depend on the schedule that we approve for next year.
Yeah. But that normally would be around the time that council would be.
Yeah, 21 is the last day, but it's usually.
21 is what, it's Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday, okay. Okay, so the Roma Conference, I'm trying to think, last year I thought Michelle, our CAO, went, and I thought Councillor Woods went, did he not?
Yeah.
And I know the one up north in Sudbury, I was supposed to go, but I came down with COVID, so I think the mayor went and Councillor Bray went. So I guess the question is, who wants to go to the Roma Conference? Oh, yeah, mover and seconder. I apologize again. So someone needs to move this motion. Councillor Bray will move it. Who seconds it?
I'll second it, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods seconds it. So any comments or questions on this before we ask for names, I guess? Okay, hearing none. Oh, yep, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think this is a good one to go to for someone to go to. And I think we should be doing, thinking about what kinds of presentations we would like to do
Sure.
to different ministers. And I think number one, we could do one around the Crown lands to Minister Graydon Smith. So at least we have, like, that's one thing that I've thought of that we could do as a delegation. Anyways, that's my
Okay.
comments.
So, who wants to attend?
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes? Counselor
And
Nash?
I haven't attended anything yet, so I'd like to put my name forward for it if possible.
Okay,
Could the date just be confirmed again for me?
the 19th to the 21st of January.
Oh, never mind. I won't be able to do it. Sorry, take my name off that list next year.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
I guess I
yeah.
have sorry.
Well, go ahead.
I guess I have a comment. As people know, we're looking for a CAO, and hopefully by that time, we will have a CAO in place. And I think it would be very important that the CAO, our new CAO, attend this conference. So I think that's one name that I would suggest be on here. I know Michelle went last year, but I think it's even more important this year that, so I put forward the CAO as a name, but are there others?
Well, that was, Mr. Chair, that was going to be my first suggestion. My second suggestion is that I personally I feel, as Councillor Bray has stated before, that Roma is very important to us, and I would like to go. And I do have the advantage that if I do go, my only expense is the registration, because I would attend it from Toronto and not from.
Yeah,
not
that's
have any
fair. Bob. Thank
travel
you.
or hotel expenses or those kinds of things, but
Yep, that's fair. I guess, sorry, go ahead. Anyone else? Councillor Woods, you have anything on this?
No, I'm okay. I think it's a fantastic idea that you put across, Deputy Mayor Lamb, about our new CAO attending, whomever that may be. And I'm not opposed to Mayor Comrie going, or even you yourself, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I'm fine. I could look at my schedule, and again, if we have a presentation, for instance, I could easily take the GO train down to Toronto and attend with the mayor. That wouldn't be a problem. But I don't think I need to go to the whole thing. I think these things, what gets away from us is that when we go to conferences, we always say, well, you should report back what went on and whatever. I'm not saying you have to, write a Harvard business case, but I think that we should get, what you learned and the materials that you get and all those things. I think Councillor Bray has actually done that in the past, but I think so that your experience is shared with the rest of council at the conference. I agree that we should come up and ask for a delegation. And again, I'm more than willing to be part of that delegation with the mayor and the new CAO. So that's good. Are there any other nominations here or whatever? If not, I'll call the question. Oops, sorry.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I guess if somebody has to drop out, I certainly would like to go too, but I realize that others need to go as well.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, we need to rotate it around and anyway, okay.
Can I just say something real quick there, Mr.
Yeah,
Deputy Mayor?
Councillor Woods, yeah, go ahead.
I do think that Councillor Bray had a good idea there to talk about the Crown land, and I would just like to say, if there's going to be discussion around something like that, even though I wouldn't necessarily go to Toronto to the conference or wherever the conference is, I would like to be part of that discussion, because I think I have a lot to add when it comes to talking about the Crown land area and how much I've been using it since I've been up here.
Yep, okay. Okay, going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay,
Mayor
that
Conry,
passes.
yes.
Thank you. Correspondence. I've got to go back to the first, I guess. There's not a lot of correspondence. Now, where's my agenda? Excuse me for a second. Okay, there's A through I. I'm not going to go through each one, but who wants to pull out what? Anyone?
I'd request item E, please.
Okay, Counselor Woods is E, yes. Any others? Okay, I better look at a motion first, I think. We better get this passed and then we can discuss E. Correspondence, whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 8 of the October 15th, 2024 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. Councillor Woods asks for number E. Any others? Okay, I need a mover and seconder for this, please. Councillor Bray moves, seconder.
I'll
Second,
second.
Mayor Comrie seconds. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, if any?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash,
Okay,
Yes.
that passes. So Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to have this thank you note that we received from Madison Bennett highlighted. You know, our awards that we give out to the students is definitely greatly appreciated to these kids. And I just think it's something that should be recognized, that they actually took the time and sent a letter in to us thanking us.
Yeah, it's very nice. Okay.
Miss,
Mr.
Mr. Chair, I was just gonna say, I was speaking to Madison about, I guess about 10 days ago, because I was over at Bennett's and she was there. And I would have congratulated her, but I didn't realize that she was this year's recipient, so I didn't say anything to her about it.
Oh,
So I guess that's not that this is the first time that this ever happened. We used to years ago actually make these presentations, and sometimes we don't, or sometimes I guess we don't find out who the actual recipient was. But anyway, in this case, it's nice to get a letter back for sure.
And just to add to that, Mayor Comrie, you are correct. In the past, we have had a photo op with the recipient. I reached out to the high school to ask them to ask the recipient to get in touch with us for a photo op. I did not hear back. Therefore, there was nothing that we could do as far as anything further. Just so you know, we did reach out to see if the high school would share with us who the recipient was, but they did not.
Okay. Counselor items. What counselor items do we have?
through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash or Deputy
Yes,
Mayor.
go ahead, Counselor Nash.
Thank you. Well, I guess first off, it's great that it's only 3:55 and we'll shortly be into close. So I think we had a lot on our agenda today, and I think we've done a very good job in getting to hear this quick. That's the first comment. The second one is, it's just a comment again to the Works Department. It's a couple things. I just wanted to again thank Dave for, in the past we had the sidewalk report provided to us, and now we've had the bridge report provided to us. And I just want to say thank you. It really does help me, and I'm sure many members of the public, when we see these reports in front of us and we can digest them and see them. So thank you very much. And on that, as a footnote, I'm just wondering where we are standing if David is still in the building. Where we stand with, okay, maybe staff can find out then where we stand on the Alds landfill and the chipping of the material that's been there. The pile is really, really big. And I think it was going to go out to tender, but it's getting very late in the year. And my just thought of it is simply if Dave can bring it back to us, just an update on when there might be a tender for that. And also thinking about other options. I've brought up compacting several times, so I'd like people to think about that if we could, and possibly as an alternative to chipping, how much of that waste could be taken away to a transfer station in the city or in St. Catharines for the same price as chipping. So I don't want to run out of time on it this year. It's getting late in the year and I haven't seen anything. So it would be nice if maybe on the next council meeting, a staff would have time to put something together for it. Would be really good for us. That's my only comment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nash, just while you're on that, I had also asked a couple months ago or brought up, and I don't know whether this is feasible at all, but since our life at York Street is limited and our life at Alls Road is, one's 7 years and I think the other's 30 or 25 or something, whether there was any merit in transporting some of our material beyond Brush up to Alls Road and extending the life of York Street. So that's another thing that goes on, the same sort of thing as chipping and some of the other things at the landfill site. So
And maybe
I think there's a recollection that I have that in discussing the agenda, and maybe the mayor can help me here, but I thought there was some sort of report coming on the landfill sites this year, like November, December, or whatever. Am I right on that, Mr. Mayor? Or did you?
You are correct. I believe that a report is being prepared either for our next meeting or the December one.
Okay, well, that covers it then, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, it does. And maybe if possible for that, if our consultant is available, just to hear questions from us on that meeting might be great. But that's great that there's already something coming up. So perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
No one brings it up. Councillor Bray and I were talking about the volunteer appreciation night that I thought usually came to council for affirmation, but I don't think it has. But anyway, for people's information, it's Saturday, November the 30th. I imagine that starts at 4 or 5 o'clock in that area. So that's the volunteer appreciation dinner. And I know staff have been working on it and getting the gifts and other things. It's not easy to put together. And so anyway, if you want, everyone wants to put that in their calendar, and I guess letters are probably going out in the next week or two, and other things. So I just wanted to make that sort of clear. So any other councillor items? Councillor Bray.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wanted to just report on being at the District Municipal Parry Sound Municipal Association meeting, which was held in Point of Barrel Community Center on Friday, September 27th. There was a good turnout from all over the District of Parry Sound, which was really good to see. We had presentations from the West Parry Sound Health Center, and we had an update on the Ontario Health and where that is going. We also had a little bit of a preview of some of the things over the summer, like they go from 16,000 during the to 300,000 people during the summertime, and especially with Kildare Park in the area. Emergency visits go from 16,000 to over 20,000, and day surgeries are around 1,500 annually. So they gave a really good report on what they were doing. The other thing I wanted to bring out is that we also had a presentation from Age Friendly Community, the committee. I'm sort of on the committee, but not really. I'm sort of on the fringe and have been following it, but I am very interested in the survey that is going out now. The survey is available at our municipal office, and I think at our library, and I think it's also, the survey is on the website so that anybody can access it. And this is to help, and it's all over the District of Parry Sound. So this is going to help the committee to see what people think about how age-friendly our communities are, what things they're looking for, and it will help to inform the social and community services in order to work towards more age-friendly communities. So I would encourage everybody who can to fill out a survey and get it in by I think it's October 29th is the last day. And let me see what else. Oh yeah, we also had a very, very interesting one called Social Robots Supporting Healthy Aging and Helping Seniors Age in Place. And so they had a robot that has supposedly been used in pilot projects as a socialization tool with seniors in some long-term care facilities. And so it was quite interesting to hear about their research that they're doing. And we had an interesting discussion or presentation from Almaguin Housing Task Force, and it's a group of municipalities that have got together with their economic development officer and are working towards trying to look at the housing issues on the Almaguin side and joining forces together. And I will say that my experience with district social services on the east side, that the east side municipalities are very good at working together and sharing services. And I think we had a few other, those were the ones that stood out for me. And it was a really interesting time. It was good to see people and to talk to people. I thought I had one more thing, but now I can't remember. So I guess I'm done for now.
There you go. Any other councillor items? Okay, hearing none.
I could.
Oh, Councillor Woods. Sorry, Councillor Woods. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A few, I'll try and be as quick as possible because I know we've got business to get to after this as well. One, I just wanted to highlight the motion that we as a council voted in favor of that I brought forward about the mega school, we'll call it. That was voted unanimously in favor of with the town of Parry Sound. I just wanted to bring everyone up to speed on that. Another one, I've been contacted by a few of the parents in the area again about the after school program. And I was just wondering what the state of the after school program was in.
Wendy,
Okay.
go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. I can tell you, Councillor Woods, I have not heard back since last meeting. I did have one person express interest in being program coordinator. She did not realize that it was just temporary and that it would only be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So she backed out. We did not receive any further interest from anybody. And I have not heard back from the current coordinator as far as her return date. I believe that should be coming up soon, though.
Okay, thank you. I know how valuable that program is to the families that use it in the area. Hopefully we can get something straightened out for everyone. And one more thing, I've been contacted by a few people about some of the changes at our landfills that have happened, the signage, specifically a no scavenging sign that was placed in the landfills. And a few people in the community, some over near me and some out towards Ardbeg direction, have said that they felt targeted when they went into the landfill, where attendants had been instructed to give them copies of bylaws for the landfill, but weren't handing them out to everyone. And they just felt like they were centered out or targeted by municipal staff. And that staff had told them that no one's allowed to take anything out of the dump anymore, and that they were told to take pictures of the people so that information could be provided to the bylaw officer. When I read the bylaw, there is a section at the end that says if someone's requesting something out of the dump, they just need to talk with our manager of public works and ask for it. So I would just like to go on record that yes, you can ask for something out of our landfill. You just have to speak with David Creaser.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
I'm sure we'll end up hearing more eventually about it. I think the landfill is going to be a discussion that needs to be had again. If I have to ask for it to be put on an agenda, I will, but I think I'll wait for our new CAO to show up and bring them up to speed and then possibly ask for it to be placed on an agenda.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. Anything else from anyone else? Okay, questions from the public? I thought I saw somebody on here. Jeannie was on most of the day, but I don't see her here.
They're gone now, Mr. Mayor. No members.
Everybody's gone, except I think 3 Bob, 1 is Bob Whitman, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hi, Bob, how are you? No, I'm, okay. Hearing no questions, we'll now move into close. So if I could have a motion, please. I'll ask for a mover and seconder for the following. This looks like a long one. Oh, well, it's not too bad. That we closed session, that we adjourn to a closed session. This is a meeting to be adjourned in a closed session at 4 p.m. 15 point for the following matters. 15.1 closed session minutes of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, September the 17th, 2024. 15.2 closed session minutes of the special council meeting of Thursday, September 19th, 2024. 15.3 closed session minutes of the special council meeting of Monday, September 30th, 2024. 15.4 personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 in brackets 2 in brackets B. 15.4.1 order of municipality of Whitestone nominations. 15.4.2 report admin 2024-13 bylaw enforcement officer services. 15.4.3 complaint letter incident at Alds Road landfill site. 15.5 advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239, 2.1. 15.5.1 memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry. Follow up to council from a closed meeting resolution in respect of a legal opinion relating to the Bolger Landing matters from September 17th, 2024 regular council meeting agenda. 15.6 litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239, 2E. 15.6.1 legal matters before the courts. Verbal update from bylaw enforcement Paul Rossiter and Chief Building Officer Jamie Osborne. Do I need a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Mayor moves,
Conley.
Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion? All those in
If I
favor,
might,
please.
oh, no, if I
Oh.
might, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Deputy Mayor, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Again. Two things. I guess I'll ask for a recorded vote just before we go into close, going into close.
Yeah.
And then, I'm just gonna ask the following question now because I've been told that this would be the time to ask it. There's two things to it. I had asked that one of the items in closed be placed on the agenda, the item to do with the Alds Road landfill site, item 15.4.3. And
Yes.
I'm just wondering why the information that asked to be included in closed was not included in closed, all of the information
Right.
that asked for, well, I won't get into this, but I'd asked for.
In fairness, Councillor Nash, our CAO isn't here, and Wendy is going to clerk the closed meeting, but this would all be Greek to her. So I don't know that there's anyone that could answer your question effectively.
Yeah, well, the deputy clerk was copied on all the requests, so I think she'd know the information, but it asked that a copy of the complaint handling policy be included. And it asked for a copy of all complaint information that has been provided to be included. And I know there's some information that is missing that is vital to our discussion today.
Well, I don't know,
So I
Wendy
was
can
told-
say what she wants, but I don't know that she made up the closed agenda and all the information in it, but I'll let her speak, so.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. You are correct. And Councillor Nash, you are also correct. I was included in most of the correspondence. There was a day when I was sick and not at work. I was not I believe that I was not included in some information. Email, I stopped being CC'd on some of the emails, I believe. That is only through what I was told because I didn't receive the email, so I don't know. And Deputy Mayor Lamb is correct. I did not put the closed agenda together. And on that note, I would ask for a recess before we start speaking about that. I would like to go back to the office so that I can collect the closed items. The closed agenda items. I don't know if there are
Oh,
any
I have
resolutions.
them here that we could
Do you have-
share,
Okay, okay.
well, at
Yeah.
least what I received.
Okay. I
Yeah.
did not receive them because I
Okay.
thought that I'd be deputy.
Yeah,
clerk
yeah, we
into
have them. We
Okay.
can
Okay.
share.
As long
No,
as
and
we've got everything and there's no
Yeah, we can-
And I
moments.
think
Sorry, Councillor
sorry,
Nash.
no, I think that, no, that's fine, Wendy. That's a fine explanation. It's just nothing to do with you. It's just hard when we're allowed as counselors to ask for things to be on, and it's like we're going through fishing web trying to get all the information on, and I think Deputy Mayor knows exactly what I'm talking about, and I was
Yep,
told
I do.
by-
So,
to bring it up. So I'll talk about it in close, but thank you.
okay, I think that's the proper place,
Yeah.
but anyway, we're gonna move on. I think I'm still calling the question on
Yes.
closed, right? So all those in favor going into closed?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Oh, a recorded vote, sorry.
Councillor Nash, you wanted a recorded vote, correct?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes,
Thank you. That is carried.
okay, we'll stop the record. 5 minutes it is to put the recording on. Good, it's on. So we should only have
Deputy Mayor,
minutes and a few other little things. Oh, sorry, Councillor Woods?
I think we've lost Councillor Nash.
Well, we don't, if he comes back on, he does, if not,
I'll note that in a minute.
yeah. Okay. Next one is closed session minutes. I need a mover and seconder, closed session minutes of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, September 17th, 2024, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the closed session council meeting minutes of September 17th, 2024. Need a mover and seconder.
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Seconder? Councillor Bray, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Councillor Nash, yeah. Oh, I guess.
Oh,
do
you're
we have
back.
to say it? Yeah, I lost it for like 20 seconds. That was all.
Okay, good. Okay, 15.2 closed session minutes of special council meeting of Thursday, September 19th, 2024, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the closed session council minutes of September 19th, 2024. A mover and seconder?
I'll move, Mr.
I
Chair.
can second.
I think the mayor moved it and you seconded it, Scott, or Councillor. All those in favor? Approved.
Councillor Nash, yeah.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Another one?
Mhm.
Boy, we keep going on minutes. 15.3, closed session minutes of the special council meeting of Monday, September 30th, 2024. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the closed session council minutes of September 30th, 2024. I need a mover and seconder. Counselor Bray moves. Seconder,
I'll second.
Mayor Comrie seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor, please?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
That passes.
yes.
Thank you. Confirmatory bylaw, that the bylaw number 57, 2024 be a confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on October the 15th, 2024 is hereby enacted as passed this 15th day of October 2024. I need a mover and seconder.
I can make that motion.
Counselor Nash moves, seconder.
I'll second, Counselor Woods.
Counselor Woods seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
That's
Mayor
passed.
Conry.
Thank you. Adjournment, whereas the business of this meeting has concluded. Now therefore let it be resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Until the regular council meeting of Tuesday, November the 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. I need a mover and seconder. Counselor Bray moves it. Seconder.
I'll second, Counselor Woods.
Counselor Woods seconds it. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Perfect. We're done, people. Thank you. Got through a lot of paper today anyway, so,
Have a good evening, everyone.
okay.